but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas no shooter who keep 'em some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my niggas downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. She got a nigga but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas no shooter will keep 'em some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my bodies downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. Should be bad like in no time. Hit a C like it's go time. My bitches in the game like the old line. Hey, and when I come down, you get no shine. Scissors on the backseat like a little kid. Time been gone for a little minute. Ain't back and forth, I just post a pic with a bankroll, pounds in the mix. I can't parking like pimp. Hey, serving coffee shop him. Hey, got you walking around still. Hey, all that cash on him. Then put a bag on the cracker, but you put a bag on him. Hey, for black on black violence. Hey, let's go smash on them. I just paid my rent late on the block near Kimbe. Chopper got a little shake, hit the jerk like Benj. Money calling me today, I'ma pick up every time. Bro just brought a whole bottle, gon' distribute airline. Shawty came with her ass like the city had dying. Wildfire on the trap, this shit like a airline. Shawty came with her ass like the city had dying. Wildfire on the trap, this shit like an airline. She got a nigga but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas no shooter who keep 'em some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my niggas downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. She got a nigga but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas no shooter who keep 'em some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my bodies downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. Gotta get up and get up and get up and get it. You working that job or you stuck in the trenches. Cash to be made, so who out here tripping? My cellular phone got a damn chip in it. Wake up, sign for 30 balls. Still in the trap with dirty clothes. You can be different, work my phones. You can be dead and work alone. Drop my top in the summer, no laces on these foam runners. Playing my numbers, wavy got them things in bundles. Bodies knowing the game in trouble. No rain, no thunder. Really felt played by my uncle. I was broke and knew my time was coming. Boys know how I'm bumming. See swangers on Toyota Tundras. Got lions and tigers among us. Hope the fame and change don't take me under. Sometimes I wonder, all the acting tough, you just gon' die younger. Question everything, just how my mind functions. Twerking on my bed, let wavy slide under. Sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm back up in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Babe, get the bags, we packing sacks. I'm on and off like Mattress Mac. 20s, 50s, 100s, we after that. This ain't no battle rap. Asking for pictures and features. Thought you said my album whack. Can't be around leeches and preachers. Can't be who you yapping at. Let the window down, smell the aroma. Shiny in a big body, bending corners. How you gon' know who real and phony? Going extra, I really want it. Turning down my collar, had no idea. Mr. Popeye with that shit on, no diarrhea. Same ass she bought, she gon' sell it again. Before they laid on them, they was like, hell is his crib. Sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder, sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm back up in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder. Sometimes I wonder if all else fails, I'm right back in that jungle. Sometimes all else fails, I'm right back in the jungle. In the jungle. Sometimes I wonder.
Yo. About to hop on right after this.
She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. You niggas be trolling, licking on my lips, biting down, bitch, I'm rolling. Square ass body walked up like what my hoe went. In the street shit, keep it real without a trophy. Baby, what's the weather like? Wavy, get the better price. Ice on my left and right wrist, burning megabytes. Rolling up megahertz, feeling like gelling hurts. Nigga, what's your nigga, what's your network? Better find some better work. Better find some. Nigga, what's your net worth? Better find some better work. Look me in my eyes. Shout it. Look me in my eyes. Can you see my vision? Can you? Hey, she'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. Best gas on the north side, tell me what you need. Only sell cat if you selling it for me. Plants ain't ready, I'ma sell them in the spring. 36 bitches, gotta tell them when to leave. Ran up a check, gotta put this in the house. Talking too much, baby, put this in your mouth. Pancakes and eggs, I'm just cooking what I bought. Schedule kinda full, gotta book me when I'm out. Had to tell my dog that his name getting hot. Every kind of tool like a maintenance shop. Put back some bread for the same little spot. 409 miss me so the game still rock. Shit, wait. For me, she'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. You niggas be trolling. You know my lips biting down, bitch, I'm rolling.
She
Chop,
don't be
chop.
down with God, but she be down with me.
Chop, chop.
That's what they do, man. Nah, I
Come on,
been
man.
missing, man. Been catching clips and glimpses and shit, man. I fucked around and hollered at Silk this morning, man. Got there, I had sent Silk something. I said, damn, Silk, you ain't responding to me, man. You and my dog must be beefing or something. Yeah, man, I got my own shit going on, man. He think he the president right now, man. Shout out to Silk, man.
For sure. Shout out to Silk, man. That nigga had came to my crib. He had pulled up on me yesterday. Yesterday or
Yeah.
day before yesterday. But now, man, Silk got some, it's like this what's going on. I'm gonna be honest with you. Motherfuckers fuck with me because they know for a fact is boundaries. They know it's layers. They know it's respect. You know what I'm saying? They fuck with what I'm doing, and it's genuine. Now, Silky got Silky got motherfuckers in his ear. Silky got a and females majority. Silky got people in his ear, and he didn't started his own coalition. But the difference is you want motherfuckers that's genuine with you, not just for entertainment and motherfuckers laughing at you. I feel like Silky D got a lot of motherfuckers that's laughing at him, not laughing with him.
Okay.
But he ain't
Understood.
but he'll never know that he'll never know it because he think he popular. He think this popularity.
Yeah. He on a clout mission.
They laughing at you, not with you. But peace to everybody, man. Peace. Uncle Said is in the building. Hey,
Man, Uncle said.
hey, we gotta have Uncle Said here, and we gotta have Bo here. Bo been vouching, for the aliens for so long, and Uncle Said been saying, hey man, look, they came into our realm, they'll be dead on the way here. But we got this video that didn't drop, I think yesterday, day before yesterday. See, they had this meeting at the beginning of 2025. They had a meeting at the beginning of 2025, or was it the end of last year? And we pushed it out. We was like, hey man, these goddamn, they talking about whistleblowers, they talking about all this wild ass shit. But they just had a meeting 2 days ago or yesterday, and they saying the same shit, man. Peace to you, Uncle Sid. How you doing?
Peace, family. What's good? What's good? Yeah, I watched that what you sent to me, and you know what? I think the leaders in the world, the leaders in the world, are now literally they fucking with us. They are these sort of public tests they do to see how far down the rabbit hole they could get people to go. Because if you look at how they promote aliens, but they talk about unidentified flying objects. Now, we know today with drone technology that you have drones that are in the air for 365 days. Guys are sitting in little remote areas in Virginia and executing high precision bombings over places like Iraq. These UFOs seemingly only show up around military bases. Chinese counterintelligence, they got orbs that can go underwater and fly in the air. This is drone technology. It is nothing that should surprise us. What is happening is intelligence and counterintelligence is happening at high levels, and at some point they need to go back to physical observation because they cannot, with these firewalls and all of the technology, they cannot just spy via the internet, right? That's too much. So at a certain point in time, you need physical agents, and they use this technology. What they're doing to us is sending us down the rabbit hole. Because what is an unidentified orb? Could be anything, right? We got little drones now that right now just pew, like they fly in ways that would be physically impossible for a human to do. Right? You see the drones, they stand there and the next second, pew, they gone. Scale it up.
All
What
right.
we
Let
what you
me let me
don't
ask you
see,
this. Let me ask you this, Uncle Said. If you was to guess, if you was to guess, would you say a airplane or a jumbo jet is the size of a football field or half the size of a football field if you was to guess?
I wouldn't say that jumbo jet come nowhere close to the size of a football field. What I'm saying is, okay, I
No,
ain't
no,
too
no, no,
sure.
no. Uncle said, I'm not saying what you saying. I just asked the question.
Yeah, nah. A jumbo jet, even a 747, is about maybe half a football field,
They
maybe about 50 yards.
these white people in this meeting is saying something the size of a football field is floating and taking off in the speed of light. The size of you know how big a football field is, Uncle said?
Listen, the size of a
I stay by
football
one.
field, and doing that uh, uh, with again with the way we have surveillance today, with the way we monitor the world today, right? There is no way that you ain't gonna see a video from something pop up which is gonna make you think, right? You ain't gonna find one, right? And when you do see videos, again, they look like unmanned drones to me, right? To say that something is coming from outer space, man, listen, if we launch a rocket, if Elon Musk launch a rocket, we got evidence of it. Like, there's no way you going on in the sky and we don't see it. Everybody's got a damn cell phone, bro. Like, ah. But coincidentally, it's over a military base.
Oh
It's
yeah, Uncle
always in
said they
these.
said so he said one of the I'm about to light up this berry pie blunt. I'm about to light up some berry pie. You know what I'm saying? One of the guys said mute out for me real quick, Bo. And you can just unmute whenever you want to. One of the guys said when I seen this UAP or UFO, I pulled my phone out and my phone overheated and froze, and it was like that for 15 minutes until the spacecraft got out of my reach. Then after 15 minutes, my phone started working again. Do you believe that, Uncle said?
They hit them with the jamming technology. Listen, these claims coming straight out of Star Trek. these claims these claims coming straight out of movies. They jam your phone, or, or they had a jamming signal in the area. Now, if they jam the signal, can we go to the satellite companies and see when a signal was jammed? Like, coincidentally, your phone froze up. You couldn't take a picture. I'm a skeptic, bro. Like, no, I don't believe you.
All right, let's roll the game film. Hey, my bad. What's Zion? What's goody?
What it
What's
do,
good, baby? How you doing? Uncle Sad, what's good, man?
what it do, what it do?
I was waiting
Hey,
for
I
you to
got a
make a
Man.
question.
video for that last night so I can respond back properly.
Hey, we
I'm
got to
waiting.
make
I'm
Uncle
waiting for the
Sid.
video, man.
Oh my bad. Somebody go ahead, Zion.
No, I was waiting for Cedric to make a video to that last track so I could properly respond back. You know what I'm saying? We've been having a battle rap contest for the
We're
last.
gonna get to that. Hey, let me say this real quick. When I was watching this
Hey,
video, when I was watching this game film, I was thinking about, hey, Bo, you can unmute your mic whenever you're ready to talk. When I was watching this game film,
I
I
was
was
trying
thinking
to
about
talk.
Uncle Sid. I was thinking about Uncle Unc, and I'm just and one of the things. Matter of fact, let's just roll the game film. This is why we here. Let's get to the bottom of this. We got the pseudo killers in the building. My boy Zion in the building. We got my boy Bo in the goddamn building. See, this Bo type of shit. This is why Bo here. This Bo type of shit. Let's run it.
My name is Jeffrey Nusatelli. I'm a former military police officer with 16 years of active duty service in the U.S. Air Force. I'm here today because the American people have both the right and the responsibility to know the truth about unidentified aerial phenomenon. That truth remains hidden, classified and silenced by fear, retaliation, stigma, and confusion. Today, we are here to help break that silence. Between 2003 and 2005, 5 UAP incidents occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base, home to the National Missile Defense Project, a top national security priority. At the time, we were conducting launches deemed by the National Reconnaissance Office as the most important in 25 years. These were historic launches. These facilities were vital, and they were repeatedly visited by UAP. Each incident was witnessed by multiple personnel, documented.
Imagine bringing your side project to life.
All right, Uncle said. He said between 2003 2005, it was 6 instances.
At a
Right.
top secret military base,
Yes, sir.
launching, doing critical
Yes,
launches in a research period.
I
And
agree. I agree. I agree. Absolutely. You know what I'm
All right,
saying? It's not rocket surgery.
all right, let's
spy
rock.
games, spy games, they're watching what y'all doing. Y'all doing the most up to date critical launches that is going on. And they sent their probes and they are photographing and seeing what the hell's going on. This is espionage at its highest level.
All right, let's rock out.
Investigated and reported up the chain of command. We sent information up, but we got no guidance down on how to handle these events. I personally witnessed one of these events and investigated others as they occurred. 6 other service members have provided me with the information that I will share with you today. The incursions began on October 14th, 2003, when Boeing contractors reported a massive glowing red square silently hovering over 2 missile defense sites. After several minutes, it drifted further east onto the base and vanished over the hills. This event, now known as the Vandenberg Red Square, was referenced by Representative Luna at the first hearing on this topic. Official Air Force records of this event are in possession by Aero and the FBI. Later that night, while I was on duty, security guards at a critical launch site reported a bright, fast-moving object over the ocean. I responded to the incident. Chaos ensued over the radio as the object approached rapidly. I heard my friends screaming, "It's coming right at us, it's coming right for us, and now it's right here." Moments later, I heard them say that it had shot off and was gone. When I arrived on scene, I talked to 5 shaken witnesses who described a massive triangular craft larger than a football field that hovered silently for about 45 seconds over their entry control point before shooting away at impossible speed. About a week later, another patrol reported a light over the ocean, behaving erratically. Believing it might be an unannounced aircraft, they declared an emergency, and an armed response force responded. Before the forces could arrive, the object descended and either landed or hovered on our flight line, and then took off again at impossible speed. The witnesses to this event were threatened and intimidated afterward. They were told to keep quiet and think about what they were reporting. After that, things did get quiet until about 2005, when another patrol reported a massive triangular craft larger than a C-130 silently floating over the installation. He watched it for a few minutes. It traveled west and disappeared into the night. And then,
Go to the website you love.
All right, man. Hey, Uncle said, man. Come on, Uncle said. Are you a believer?
Military,
I got a
military,
question for
military,
everybody on
military.
the question for everybody on the panel. If you
Go ahead,
if
gang.
you was to find out after living for 50 years of your life that everything you believed in was a lie, how would you take that? Don't rush to go first.
I've always been a skeptic by my nature, so I never take anything for face value. Belief is not a concept that I hold dear to. I try to know as much as possible. So, yeah, I've always been um, the one debunking traditions and stepping away from just so that is my nature. I'm a skeptic by nature. I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything.
See, Uncle
It's
said
nothing
that's
but
why I
the
feel the way I be
energy in the
feeling.
aura.
Uncle said, remember we used to have these conversations about science. It might be something about science, and I be like, shit, I don't know that. I don't know that. You feel me? Then Wave might be like, shit, they taught it to you in the 9th grade. And I might be like, just because they taught it to me in the 9th grade, how do I know that's true? You see what I'm saying?
Now
I
that's
always, I'm a deep, my debunker, me on my debunking thing. Like I'm trying to debunk everything. If I can't debunk it, that's how I know it's the truth.
Got you. So I'll say this, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I listen, when it comes to people talking about, oh yeah, they saw because I've seen unidentified flying objects, you know what I'm saying, way back in, like, 1996, 1997. You know what I'm saying? I saw something that was, you know what I'm saying, serious. And my first thought wasn't aliens. My first thought was, military technology, you know what I'm saying, testing or whatever, what have you. Um, when people so I came up in a time period where you had, like, in Long Island, New York, you had cats like Malachi Z. York, you know what I'm saying, and a lot of cults that were talking all of this alien crap, and nobody could actually substantiate that with facts. They're over here talking like they know exactly what race and species of aliens that, you know what I'm saying, they're talking about Ashtar Command, all of that stuff that came out of Scientology, but nobody can actually support that with any form of evidence. Not to say that, you know what I'm saying, that you can't have faith in something without entire evidence, because even in quantum physics, there is a level of faith that has to go into certain specific ideas. But those things are based upon certain kinds of objective, you know what I'm saying, substantiated facts. So while they can't prove string theory entirely, there's evidence that supports it, right? So it's like circumstantial evidence. Can a person be convicted of a crime based upon hard circumstantial evidence without direct evidence? Absolutely. But in the case when we're talking about, you know what I'm saying, like unidentified flying objects and stuff, you know what I'm saying, we tend to forget that our governments, you know what I'm saying, are far ahead in technology before they actually release it to us. And I've always had that kind of assertion when it comes to things that we don't necessarily know what it is. But then I see a lot of Israelite brothers, and I get upset because, like, a lot of Israelite brothers, they see some video or something on YouTube and automatically say, "Oh yeah, those are the chariots." And I'm like, "Come on, B, you don't know what the hell that is. You don't know what's inside." You know, saying it. Oh yeah,
Hey, hey
the
Zion.
resurrection's coming, the rapture's coming. Like, what the hell is?
Hey
Yeah.
Zion. How many would you say? How many yards would you say a plane is, like, compared to a football field? Would you say it's half the football field? Would you say a plane is the size of a football field? How big
Probably
you think
half.
a
I would
plane?
probably say half of the football field.
All right. So when they say, and we know a football field is rectangular.
Yes.
When they say they see a floating triangular UFO or spacecraft or whatever, and it's the size of floating triangle, the
Yeah.
size of a football field, you think they just lying? Like, how you take that?
No, because I listen, I have one of my closest friends here in Syracuse. You know what I'm saying? He's actually from the military, and he had like level 3, you know what I'm saying, access, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, and he's seen a large flying saucer. He talks about it all the time. Like, I think it really traumatized him. The size of it was so epic that freaking daggone, ever since then, he doesn't stop. Anytime I go over there and smoke some bud with him, he goes straight back into the same story over again.
Hey, cause look, Zion,
Yeah,
look, we could visualize
yeah,
how large a football field is in
yes,
our
it's huge.
brain.
It's
We
huge.
could we could
Yeah,
visualize the size of a plane and know that, okay, it ain't big, it ain't the size of a football field, but a plane is still huge. I
right,
would give it like 30 feet, 40 feet. We could say
right.
that but us knowing how big a football field is, hearing that it was triangle shaped and the
Yeah,
football field is rectangle, this shit gotta be dumb big.
right,
I ain't never
right.
seen no military besides a
Yeah,
movie.
yeah.
Besides a
Well,
movie.
well, well
So,
look at the
the
ships that
unmanned
they have
ones.
for the air the what do you call them, the ships that actually have um those ships are freaking large. The ships that
Yeah,
have the
ships.
runway
Hey, the
on it, they
ships.
have
Right.
airplanes on them, so they can build large structures. Don't you know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted.
So,
But
and the
I mean,
bombers.
I would still say that that's still brings a lot of questions of mine to how much work it would have involved to create something so large, and whether we're capable of doing that. That's a good question. However, what I'm not going to do is then turn around and say, "Oh yeah, no, those are aliens inside of there."
But
Not
Hey,
that I
look,
don't
listen,
this
believe
the
that there's
this
bombers.
where
life
I go.
forms.
Hey, hold on, real
Yeah,
quick. Let me say
yeah,
this. This is where my head go. Uncle said you got right after me. This is where my
yeah,
head go. If we not gonna say that it's something outside of science, then we gotta say we got the weakest country in the world that motherfuckers could fly shit at us and we not know
right.
it and cry about it.
Oh
Like
yeah,
this the
oh, yeah.
second meeting. This the second meeting where these niggas complained about this shit. They did it
Thank you,
last year
Wayne.
or beginning.
I
So
feel you.
so they have these bombers, right? These B-50, B-52, or the stealth bombers.
Yes,
They
yes,
are unmanned, and they are the size they're the size of a Boeing, right? Extremely huge aircraft carrying extreme amounts of payload, right? And they stay airborne for forever, right? So these unmanned, huge ass drones popping out of nowhere, doing maneuvers and obtaining speeds that are not physically possible for a pilot in them is not nothing new, right? Because the technology doesn't require, they fly electronically, and these things are computer navigated, they can make them extremely huge. Again, if you're on the base too and you're looking up and some spy shit is over your head, the ability for us to exaggerate size, right, is also a factor. You know, you go fishing and
right,
the shark was 30 feet long. And the shark was huge. He was 30 feet long, and he was
right,
twice the size of the boat. Yeah, but you know that's
right,
also part of human nature. Like,
right.
I ain't
you
gonna lie,
don't see
man.
that shit.
The
This,
government
you
don't
look
play
up,
with me so
you see a
goddamn much.
triangular thing that just appeared, like drone technology. That shit is flying. It stops
Yeah,
on a dime right over your head, nigga.
right. And you got to remember
I
Hey,
ain't
also
hold
gonna
on,
lie,
hold
one.
on,
man.
hold on, Zion. Hold on, Zion. Let Bo
Okay,
get in here. Go ahead, Bo.
You see, I ain't gonna cap. Like, what I don't understand is like, how can people think that is not possible? The same people that think it's not possible are the same people think that we still went to the damn moon. When the people
Hey,
that was
look.
on the expedition, the people that was on
Hey,
the
look.
expedition said they didn't even go to that motherfucker.
Hey, hey, Bo. Hey, Bo. We ain't
Huh?
even 5 minutes. Hey, Bo, we ain't even 5 minutes into the video. You got so many vouchers for you in this video. It's crazy.
I
But
already know.
my point is this. My point is this. If we gonna say that these ain't aliens or these ain't UFOs, then we gotta say we got the weakest country in the world that they let shit fly over here that we know we ain't never seen before. Other countries
And we
flying
don't know
shit over
what
here
the fuck
and
it
we
is.
scared about it. We complaining. Motherfuckers say they told them to shut up. They threatened them and say, you better not ever speak about this goddamn triangle.
right,
Because that's above their pay grade. That's above their level of
right,
clearance,
right.
right? Because when they're flying
So
their shit
look what
over
you
here,
just said.
we are flying our shit over there.
So you don't think the government got going on above our head, above our tax? It's certain information that is not gonna get. We know this for a fact. It's certain information the government is not gonna give to the public. Everybody know this
Let me
for a
just
fact.
say this. Let me just say this. This is one of the reasons why I have a lot of huge questions about, whether we're going to uh, designate this as an alien craft. But knowing that, even as because I do believe that, humans did go to the moon. I can't say that it was actually the Americans first or whatever, because I don't I looked at those videos now later on in the years. It looked like trash. However, we know that the pressures and the distance of traveling through space is crazy. And then if you're in space for more than say a year or so, because of the gravitation, the lack of gravity, your body begins to freaking daggone to atrophy, right? Because you don't have the same atmospheric pressures that we're used to. Our physical bodies are developed to bear the physical the pressures of our atmosphere. There are pressures in our atmosphere. That's why your ears pop whenever you get on a plane or you're driving up a freaking daggone mountain. Your ears begin to pop. That's all atmospheric pressure. So
Zion,
if you're in space, hold
Zion.
on, let me just finish. Real quick. So if you're in space for so say there is an alien species, and we oftentimes like the anthropomorphize stuff. There's an alien species that figured out how to travel through space. You know what I'm saying? How many thousands of years or light years away or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That is a very low probability. I think Uncle Sed might
Hey
agree with me on
Zion,
this. Yeah.
Zion,
100%.
Zion, hold on. I'm
He
gonna
think an
disagree with
alien
you
is a
on that.
Homo sapien sapien.
Hold
This
on,
nigga
wait.
talking
Let me.
No,
about
no, no. I'm not saying
gravitational
that.
pull.
Hold
He
on,
I'm
hold
talking
not
on,
about
hold
saying
on.
that.
I'm gonna catch you
gravitational
some.
pull
I'm gonna catch you some.
with an alien.
I'm gonna catch you with this right here. Look at this right here. Why is it so fucking hard to fathom when goddamn Christopher Columbus, when he motherfucking goddamn so-called discovered damn America, he seen some motherfucking people he never fucking seen before.
Bo, break it down even simpler. If you believe in God, you can believe in aliens. It's simple.
Facts.
If you can believe in that, you can believe in that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not saying that, but what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to be entirely convinced of something that I have no evidence for. I can
Hey, now,
consider
hey,
those
Zion,
probabilities.
you right, gang, you right. Look, take me out,
I can
take me out.
consider those probabilities. However, what I'm not going to do is superimpose my
Nah,
imagination.
Zion. That ain't even what. Look at the video timestamp.
I want to watch it.
We
I've
only
seen some good stuff too, man. It's a big question.
nah. Take me out. What I'm saying is, gang, we only 3 minutes in, so
Okay,
you
let's
feel
get it.
me? Like
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
we only 3 minutes in, so to say you ain't seen nothing, nah, we gonna see some stuff.
Let's get it.
Oh, let's give Uncle Said the last word though.
Let me say this. I agree with Zion. I do not contend that there is no life in the universe. However, understanding space and its vastness and what it would take just to travel from the closest star system next to ours, the time. What my brother is saying is that aliens, any other life form would be subject to the fundamental forces of nature just as we do. So they would be limited by the same forces that limit us. Travel through space, that amount of time, the technology required to cover those distances, etc., etc. Right? There comes a whole logistic package with it. And to break into our galaxy, we would have known, like, and from amateur astronomers to professionals, we would have known the signals because they would have been coming for 1,000 years already. They wouldn't have just popped up here. We would have seen them coming for a
Right.
1,000 years before they reached.
Right.
All right, let's run the game film. This Mr. Nusatelli, he just the first witness. He just this Bo first witness. Bo got like 7 witnesses. Let's run the tape.
Own encounter, again in 2005. I was off duty, sitting in my backyard with 2 other police officers, when we noticed what first appeared to be a satellite in orbit. But it wasn't acting like a satellite. The light was strange, it was pulsing, and then it started to maneuver. It dropped in elevation. At times it would vanish from view and reappear in a different location in the sky. And eventually it reappeared 200 feet over my house. It was a 30-foot diameter sphere of light. My friends and I watched it for a moment, and then it gently accelerated and traveled up and disappeared into the stars. These events profoundly changed my life and the lives of my friends. We stand at a pivotal moment in history. The question is no longer whether these events are real, but whether we have the courage to face them. True leadership requires vision, a willingness to confront the unknown with transparency and resolve.
Hey, mute out for me, Bo, and just unmute your mic when you want to talk.
So I ask the Congress to help we the people enact this vision. There are 3 goals. Fund independent research and treat UAP study with the same seriousness as we would any other scientific field. 2, end secrecy and overclassification. Transparency is the foundation of truth. Without it, witnesses like us are dismissed. 3, protect the witnesses. Many stay silent out of fear for their careers, reputations, and the safety of their families. Protect them, and you will embolden others to join this cause. These phenomena challenge our deepest assumptions about reality, consciousness, and our place in the universe. Exploring them can unlock transformative breakthroughs in technology, biology, and human understanding. Let this be the moment when America chooses courage over fear, transparency over secrecy, and progress over stagnation. Let's show the world that our nation leads not only through strength, but through fearless pursuit of the truth. Thank you.
My name is Alexandra Wiggins. I'm an active duty U.S. Navy Operations Specialist, Senior Chief Petty Officer.
Got a brother.
Father of 3 and dedicated American testifying today in my personal capacity. The views I share are my own, and I do not represent the official positions of the Department of the Navy or any subordinate organization.
So you won't get fired. Keep going.
If your child has used Roblox,
Man, we got a brother about to speak out, but now after
he's
this, then we go.
protecting
Y'all
his
let me know when y'all want to stop.
on the
he's
evening
protecting his
of
career.
February 15th, 2023, at approximately 19:15 PST, in the Whiskey 291 warning area off the coast of Southern California, I was serving on board USS Jackson. During that period, I moved between the Interior Communications Center, ICC-1, and the bridge wing, correlating the sensor picture with visual observations, part of my routine responsibilities for surface and air picture management. What I observed and what our crew recorded was not consistent with conventional aircraft or drones as they appear on our system. A self-luminous, tic-tac shaped object emerged from the ocean before linking up with 3 other similar objects. The 4 then disappeared simultaneously with a high synchronized, near instantaneous acceleration. I observed no sonic boom and no conventional propulsion signatures. No exhaust plume, no control surface articulation on the Sapphire image system. Shortly after the synchronized departure, radar tracks dropped. These observations were multi-sensor and recorded inside of ICC-1 with time location overlay visible in our source frames that have been made public by journalists. From my experience operating in this region over many years and consistent with our public characterized encounters, unidentified objects reoccur in United States operation areas off Southern California. That fact alone does not tell us what they are, but it does argue the systematic stigma-free reporting and for the preservation of sensor data so analysts can evaluate safe and intelligence implications with rigor. I want to underscore 3 points for the task force and the committee. Aviation and maritime safety. When crews and watchstanders observe objects that maneuver or accelerate in ways that does not match known profiles and do so near our ships and aircraft, that is first and foremost a safety issue. Standardized checklists and training should ensure we capture the best possible sensor data in real time, including IR settings, slant range estimates, and bearing and range altitude snapshots, and immediate chain of custody for any recordings. Reporting without stigma, protection without retribution. Sailors need to know that reporting UAP encounters will not harm their careers. Congress can help by reinforcing witness protection and by directing the relevant office to maintain confidential, destigmatized channels for service members who step forward with data. Declassification and transparency where possible. The task force declassification mission is directly relevant here, where operational security permits releasing metadata preserved sensor excerpts, or at least technical summaries, would improve public trust and accelerate outside scientific scrutiny. That includes, when feasible, the time geo-reference IR frames and radar parameters needed for independent analysis. To be clear, I am not here to make claims beyond my lane. I am here to provide a first-hand account of what I saw, what our systems recorded, and why it matters for safety, for intelligence, and public confidence. My request to you is practical. Help us capture, protect, fairly evaluate the evidence, and provide a safe pathway for those in uniform to report it. In closing, I want to thank the committee and the task force for holding this hearing and for placing this discussion in a forum where evidence can be examined carefully and openly. I appreciate your attention and stand ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
I'm George Knapp, Chief Investigator Report.
Man, I'm gonna just say off the muscle. That nigga looked scared. Looked like he was afraid to lose his job. He ain't want to say the wrong thing. Y'all got the floor.
She said he sounded like Billy Carson. So I have two sources here discussing how certain crafts were going back to World War II, where there was basically playing around with different. But I'm gonna wait. Said expound on what you think on this verse. I'll share my screen when y'all ready because we're not even through the video, right? Am I correct? We're not even through the video. So I want to wait until after the videos. We're fully done with the video
right.
to
That's
do
cool.
that.
Hey, Bota, I agree. The brother is definitely disturbed. He definitely looks shaken up. He don't look like he the only nigga in there trying to say the right shit. Go ahead, Uncle Sid. And for Uncle Sid, how you gonna say it would have been came out already if the shit is government classified? We got niggas with sealed records that'll never come out. So come on, Uncle Sid, cut it out.
I'm saying what we're seeing here clearly is classified military shit that before would not be discussed in the general public. Um, the stealth bomber, that V-shaped bomber, right? That nobody saw, that was being developed all through the 80s, right? That's top secret. But those were manned aircrafts. I've seen the footage with the orb around the military ship. These things seemingly only appear and happen with law or military enforcement. It is always on these private bases or where strategic operations are happening in the ocean. What we're seeing here is high level espionage. Again, on the US side, they have the same type of technology doing the same thing in other countries. You think they don't have probes over China and Russia? You think they don't have their drones gathering intel? That's what countries do. And that's why when they send it up the chain of command, it doesn't come back down. Because this is high level espionage. If you expose this, these are the things that eventually cause war, right? Because if I now expose China doing espionage, I have to declare war. I know China's doing espionage. They know we are doing espionage. But as long
Okay.
as we don't blur out about it, there's not
Right.
going to be no big war.
Okay, so I got exactly what you're saying. You went with the CF. You went with the you basically saying that we know you basically saying that we know this shit coming from other countries. The government know this coming from other countries, but they can't tell us. That's what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. That
Yes.
come out and tell us China has
Yeah, it would be a
probes.
panic, yo. Yeah,
Man,
we
there'll be a
can't.
panic that people calling for war. That's why
Right.
espionage happens and nobody talks about it.
And they keep
We have,
quiet.
yeah, we have clandestine agents in every country, and every country has clandestine agents in our country. This is high level espionage. This is what countries do. They know it. They are
Right.
playing by these rules.
And
Hey,
notice that
Bo.
the guy said. Notice that the guy said that the originally on that video, the guy said that one of those ships were over a military base. Why would
Exactly.
it's military?
We have two military individuals right now testifying. The brother is a high-level military official.
Yeah, he's shitting though.
Listen
Yeah,
to
he's
his
shitting.
vocabulary and his
Yeah.
nomenclature. He's high-level military.
Yes. Yes. You probably got like level
Bo,
5 access to fucking God. You know what I'm saying? So he's
Bo,
got to
where
be
you at?
pretty.
All right, Bo probably agree with y'all. Let's keep running the tape, man. Let's keep running the film.
Let's go. Yeah.
Y'all didn't flip my nigga Bo out. Eddie. All right.
Reporter at KLES TV in Las Vegas. I began my pursuit of this weird mystery way back in 19.
All right, here go Mr. Knapp. Hey, Mr. Knapp is the OG of this shit, man. You Google this nigga, man. He the OG of this shit.
I had a teacher named Mr. Nat. He was cool as fuck too.
Come on, man.
Years, I've always approached this as a news story. It's not a matter of faith or belief. To me, it's a story, and it's an important one. I'm proud to be here alongside these witnesses today, men who have seen strange things and step forward to tell the world about it. Whistleblowers and witnesses who step up are routinely insulted, belittled, or worse. They risk their reputations, their careers, their clearances, their livelihoods, and sometimes much worse than that, even their freedom. I know that one of the goals of the task force here is to figure out ways to protect whistleblowers and witnesses. And it's a tall order because so many of the things that happen to witnesses like these are extra legal. They're carried out by persons unknown, as Mr. Dave Grush, sitting up at the top of the room, knows all too well, including events in recent days that have happened to him. I want to share a couple of things that I've learned along the way on this long journey, and I submitted most of that in written form because I estimate that my statement here today would take about 4.5 hours. So I'm going to try to jump over and touch on the more important salient points. I submitted a detailed written statement for the record, and we'll go into a lot of that here. But the public has been told over and over since the late 40s, there's nothing to worry about here. These mysterious craft seen by millions of people in the skies, in the oceans, over the land are not real. They're not a threat. The witnesses are wrong. They're crackpots. Don't believe it. That changed for me. What got me hooked is the paper trail. Documents that were squeezed out of the U.S. government after the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, became the law of the land. And those documents paint a much different picture than what the public, the press, and Congress have been told over many years. The documents from military and intelligence personnel behind closed doors admit that, quote, these things are real. They're not fictitious. They can fly in formation. They're evasive, and they outperform any aircraft known to exist, including ours. The public, of course, as I said, has been told something much different. Back in 1989, I reported about a guy named Bob Lazar, who claimed that he worked at a facility dubbed S4 out in the Nevada desert, very near to Area 51. He said he was part of a reverse engineering program. He said there are alien craft that will be taken apart to figure out how they operated out there. And that was a pretty tall order. I'd clearly taken a dive into the deep end of the pool there. But in the years since then, I've interviewed dozens of other people, and I've detailed what their testimony has been in the written statement. They include Senator Harry Reid, Senator Howard Cannon, also of Nevada, a guy named Al O'Donnell, who was the first general manager of EG&G in Nevada, which managed the Nevada test site, which blew up hundreds of nuclear weapons. There's a guy named Dr.
All right, let's stop right there. Bo, you there? Top stick.
You might have stepped away.
Bo, you there? All right. When they say take these objects and what they say reinvent them, Uncle said
Reverse engineering.
reverse engineering. Do you believe that they taking spacecraft from China and reverse engineering it?
China doesn't have spacecraft. They got their hands on technology that's being developed, right? Um, each country is working on particular technology a certain way. For example, the propulsion system that we use in most of our
Right.
jets up until now was developed by the Germans. We got it,
Right.
right, when we took all the German scientists post World War II and brought them over here, right? But at the same time, while the Germans were developing that technology, spy games were going on to get that
Yes.
technology. So in the
Yes.
early 40s, it was indeed the Germans that had some propulsion system that people never saw. So when they're
Yes.
out in the
Hypersonic.
world testing this stuff
Hypersonic.
and they're
Yes.
flying it over England and in southern northern Africa, like that shit was freaking people out. It really
Right. The
was.
hypersonic technology. I got some things on that. Yep, to share.
Exactly. So he is misconstruing, right? He's starting there with the 40s coming all the way up, but not telling people, well, we understood in the 40s that was early propulsion system developed by the Germans and the Russians as well, while we were still doing combustion engine technology, right? So if they're transparent about what they're doing and what's going on, you would see that a lot of what they're saying is people realizing things for the first time in their ignorance. The first time people started to see the stealth bomber was it flying over Area 52 or 51, right? Because that was where they were doing and developing the technology, and it's a
Yes.
triangle looking shape plane, which was considered to be alien until they brought it out. Boom! This is what it
Yeah.
is, right? So again, this thing, it's development. No radar can detect it,
Right.
and its payload is huge. It travels in the stratosphere, right? Like while that was being developed, that was kept under wraps. And
Yes.
people in the Nevada desert would occasionally see this beast, right? Right?
Right.
Doing test flights in the mid dark of the night, and you see this triangle looking thing, and yes, that's an alien ship. The whole Area 51, and
Right.
you know the conspiracies that come out of it.
All right, let's get back on point. He said that they are taking stuff that they find from UFOs and what's that word again, Uncle said?
Reverse engineer, yeah.
Reverse
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 engineering.
engineering.
engineer.
Now,
Yes.
now, Uncle said you were saying that no, this is coming from another country. Can you name one other country we took their aircraft out the air and reverse engineered it?
We did that with Germany, though. He just said Germany.
No, he said we got scientists from Germany and they was doing spies. That ain't you
And
gotta
before
just
that,
sit back, brother. Just
before,
sit back, gang. Hey, Uncle said,
before,
can you name one country that we got a piece of their aircraft that landed in our area that we reverse engineered?
Minimize maybe. He ain't got no education.
Chinese balloons the other day. Like again, um, it's not necessarily that they got the aircraft, right? They got the pictures, right, of technology being developed, right? Because they got their spies and they got the plans, and they bring it back and they're working it out in their factories. That's what the Chinese do, right? They reverse engineer anything that's developed in the West, right, and make it cheaper and do it quicker. That's just what countries do, right?
All
And
right,
he's claiming that they were reverse engineering alien technologies. That's the claim. But
right,
how does he prove that?
right.
What particular alien technology were they reverse engineering? Is he making a claim of a special alloy, or he just making a general claim that it was alien technology? But how do we confirm that?
All right, let me ask this on general principle. This meeting is called the transparency meeting. Do you feel like us as citizens of a country, do you feel like the government should be transparent with us if there was alien spacecrafts in our airways?
If there were alien spacecrafts in our airways, the government would have no choice. Again, we would have known they were coming for over 1,000 years. As a people, you're gonna see it. People look up in the sky. What's that coming? The closer it comes, satellites, amateur astronomers, they're gonna have a clear view of what the hell this is coming to us. And I mean, if an asteroid is coming at us, everybody knows, right? So I'm saying there would be no way to hide, quote unquote, alien technology coming this way. What you can hide, right, is technology that is being developed here. Like the CD, the compact disc, was developed by Philips in the 1970s. They put a golden CD on the Voyager aircraft. You know, when we got CD technology in our homes in the 90s, bro, that technology existed for 20 years already. Like that's a fact.
All right, let's keep running the tape. Y'all saying these niggas pseudo? God damn, these niggas didn't put some suits on. Went to this goddamn meeting to get pseudo. God damn. Let's keep running, man. This shit crazy.
James Lukatsky. who was a career scientist with the Defense Intelligence Agency, who was the guy who initiated a program called OSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program, which is, as far as we know, the largest acknowledged UFO program ever funded by the U.S. government, which put together an amazing pile of information that members of this committee and the world, most of which have never seen. The DIA still hasn't released 95% of what was prepared by that program at a cost of millions and millions of dollars. The one name I do want to bring up in this session, though, is Robert Bigelow. So looking into the idea of crash retrievals and reverse engineering, while OSAP, that program, was active, the DIA's contractor, Robert Bigelow of Las Vegas, made a bold attempt to acquire physical proof of UFO crashes. It's been widely reported and suspected that Lockheed Martin is one of the contractors, the defense contractors, that has held this stuff, stored it away in secrecy, and tried to figure out how it works. I have confirmed on the record that Robert Bigelow...
I've never been a part of something.
Damn, this is just what we was talking about. Let's see what he gonna say. This is just where we was at.
That Robert Bigelow and a trusted colleague from OSAP met with and negotiated with senior executives at Lockheed Martin and hammered out a deal wherein Bigelow's company, Bass, would receive a quantity of unusual material that had been stashed away and protected at a facility in California. That material was not made here. I want to move on now to the Russia files, because that was going to be sort of the central impetus of what I was going to talk to you about today. Back in the early 90s, I got into Russia, met with a number of their defense officials, Ministry of Defense and others, who confirmed for me that Russia had been doing the same thing that the United States had been doing, that is, secretly studying UFOs while publicly saying something completely different. The documents and interviews that I obtained and have now shared with this task force show that the USSR launched what is almost certainly the largest UFO UAP investigation in the world. The first phase of that was an order was sent out to the entire USSR military empire that every unit, you see anything strange in the sky, a craft, an orb, something unusual, you had to gather all the evidence, collect testimony from the witnesses, look for physical evidence, and all of that information went into one program at the Ministry of Defense. Thousands and thousands of these reports came in. A lot of them were first routed to the KGB, but then back to another program that came after this collection effort called Thread 3. And Thread 3 was an analysis program. We provided to the committee the documents of what they were trying to do, and essentially they were trying to build their own UFOs. They were using the information from their observations and studies to try to figure out the technology. The guy who was in charge of that program, Colonel Boris Sokolov, told me that their goal was to basically develop technology that would be superior to anything we had, based on what they learned from UFOs.
Mr. Knapp, just in the name of time,
Sure.
to my understanding, did you have anything you wanted to submit for Congress to see in this committee?
I have submitted those documents.
Would you like to play any videos? Do you have a video that you would like to play?
I don't think it's for me to play.
No, that was for Alexander.
Yeah, Alexander's video.
Okay.
You can play it. He can narrate it.
Okay, we can, in the name of showing that video to everyone on task force, we'd like to play that video at this time.
Sure.
We call it the BVSS team.
That took off earlier.
We can get rid of the audio real quick. Mr. Wiggins and Mr. Knapp, we'll get back to what that video was in a moment, but we just want to make sure that it was entered into the record, as well as all the documents. Those will be able to be publicly found for everyone in the country to view. If we could, Mr. Knapp, we'll continue on the line of questioning, but I'm going to move on to Mr. Borland's opening statements.
My name is Dylan Portland, a former 1N1 geospatial intelligence specialist for the United States Air Force in an active duty enlisted capacity from 2010 to 2013. I've also been employed with BAE Systems and Intrepid Solutions as a senior analyst, expert in analyzing video, radar, and advanced electro-optical imagery for official identification of aerial order of battle, as well as naval and ground order of battle. I'm a federal whistleblower, having testified to both the ICIG and ARROW with direct firsthand knowledge of and experience with craft and technologies that are not ours and are reportedly operating without congressional oversight. Because of my direct knowledge of the reality of certain legacy UAP programs, my professional career was deliberately obstructed, and I have endured sustained reprisals from government agencies for over a decade. From 2011 to 2013, I was stationed at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, conducting 24-hour operations via manned and unmanned aerial vehicles for Special Operations Forces.
All right, I think he just said that he I think he just said that he got blackballed. But going back to that video, what's y'all thoughts on that video? Zion, what's up?
Did you hear the little bait and switch?
Yeah.
He went to the Russians, and the Russians were
Go
doing
ahead.
the exact
Go ahead.
same thing, studying what was going on, documenting everything because they wanted to develop a technology better than yours, using the data they collected from what was going on. This isn't exactly around the late 80s, the early 80s, the time when that B-2 stealth bomber was being developed. Did anybody remember the movie Silver Fox with Clint Eastwood? When he was flying that stealth bomber plane for the first time, and he met his Russian counterparts, and it was the first time that this plane was ever seen. Like, they put these things in movies after the fact. This dude is sitting there, and he's obviously hitting the bait and switch. At no point in time did the Russians ever assume anything more than spy technology, because they wanted to gather as much information to develop the same kind of technology, because they understand the spy game. And he referred to you guys to have technology better than you, the Americans. So they're playing with words, and they're flame flamming. Yes, it's unidentified because we, the civilian, don't know what it is. But does that make it alien? Does that make it extraterrestrial? Right? And that's where you're hitting that leap and that stretch a la Fantastic Four. What you say, Zion?
Zion. All right, Zion probably stepped away. Let's keep rocking. So I think he's saying that he is a professional whistleblower, and he getting blackballed as we speak. Let's run it back.
Professional career was deliberately obstructed, and I have endured sustained reprisals from government agencies for over a decade. From 2011 to 2013, I was stationed at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, conducting 24-hour operations via manned and unmanned aerial vehicles for Special Operations Forces and the global war on terror. During the summer of 2012, my team was on standby for weather, and I returned to my barracks on base, and at approximately 0130, I saw an approximately 100-foot equilateral triangle take off from near the NASA hangar on the base. The craft interfered with my telephone, did not have any sound, and the material it was made of appeared fluid or dynamic. I was under this triangular craft for a few minutes, and then it rapidly ascended to commercial jet level in seconds, displaying zero kinetic disturbance, sound, or wind displacement. Some years after that experience, I was further exposed to classified information from the UAP Legacy Crash Retrieval Program through a sensitive position I held within a special access program. During this time, intelligence officers approached me in fear for their own careers, citing misconduct within these programs and similar retaliation that I was already enduring at this time. These issues include medical malpractice committed by Veterans Affairs staff, denial of work I performed while enlisted in the United States Air Force, forged and manipulated employment documents, workplace harassment, including colleagues being directed to not speak with me, manipulation of my security clearance by certain agencies, blocking, delaying, and ultimately removing my ability to be employed within the IC.
That's crazy.
The retaliation I face and the retaliation against individuals I know who worked in these programs is what convinced me in March 2023 to become a whistleblower. I came forward out
when we hit that first 1 million in sales in our first year.
Hold that right there, yo. That
All right.
white boy just figured out how black people fucking goddamn feel in the workplace.
Get him. Get him, Zion.
That white boy just felt what discrimination feels like.
Well,
and he is hurt. Him hurt.
You're in a high level levels.
He's high level,
job,
he's
and
high
you're
level.
walking around in your high level office spitting conspiracy theories when you're part of the intelligence organization. What
Right.
you think they're gonna do to you?
If you don't shut the fuck up and sit down.
Nigga, you're part of the intelligence
You know what I'm saying?
organization, and you're in here with a tinfoil hat on. What you think they gonna do?
Cedric is funny, yo. That's a good point, though, right? That's a good point.
I'm just saying, this man is at Langley. He has level 10 security clearance. He's doing
Uncle
24
said
hour.
they took the nigga clearance.
He doing 24-hour operation. No, he is walking around on Langley.
He said
We
you can no
cannot have
longer
a
you can
nut
no longer live in
walking
the
around in
specimen. What you
Langley.
gonna tell?
Like, you think Alex Jones gonna get clearance in Langley?
But yo, listen, B. I'm a Trekkie and I'm a huge aliens fan. You know what I'm
Me
saying?
too.
So my desire to fucking goddamn see aliens, not necessarily like, you know what I'm saying, xenomorphs or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? I would love to have that, you know what I'm saying, that knowledge of something after this, and maybe the possibility of space travel would be awesome. You know what I'm saying?
And
To me. So I'm
GP,
not against it. I just think
true,
that there are
true
too many
Trekkies.
variables that
Exactly.
that are more prominent than the one that we're seeking to try to make. You know what I'm saying? So like let's consider all the most probable options before we consider the least likely.
Exactly.
Hey,
If
Uncle
you're
said,
really
is NPR a credible website? NPR.org, is that credible or not?
Yes,
It's political. NPR
it's
is
It's political.
political.
political. It's
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
political. It's left wing, very left
Yes,
wing,
yes,
but
very left wing.
Okay.
Yeah,
but there is some credibility to it.
yeah. They're always going to bring some truth. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
to the equation.
But you
Yeah,
need to be grounded in understanding that
yeah.
prerequisite to engaging with the information. It's going to be skewed to the left.
Gotcha.
Can can.
All right, let's run it. Oh.
Our elected representatives know the truth about what is really happening in the executive branch. At the end of March 2023, I agreed to meet with Arrow following the suggestion of other federal officials believing it was what our nation required of me. I had reservations with Arrow due to assessments they were reporting publicly at the time as a misrepresentation of the truth. Because of these concerns, I did not share sources and methods information in order to protect current and former federal personnel who had firsthand exposure to technologies of unknown origin. I did not want anyone to face further retaliation beyond what they had already endured. And unfortunately, a staff member ended up getting in some trouble because of that. After David Grush testified under oath in the summer of 2023 and provided historic disclosure, I was then asked to go to the ICIG and did so in August 2023. It was very clear early on during my intake interview, which was video recorded under oath, that the objective was to solely assess how much I know and not move forward with an investigation with new information I provided them. The aftermath of that IG complaint still troubles me to this day. Since my ICIG complaint, I've been prevented from resuming prior employment and can confirm I'm still blacklisted from certain agencies within the intelligence community.
Damn.
In addition, multiple agencies attempted phishing attacks to assess what I had divulged to the Inspector General, including being asked to disclose details of my ICIG complaint during a CI polygraph for a position unrelated to UFO UAP matters as recently as November 2024. As I sit before you today, I and many other whistleblowers have no job prospects, no foreseeable professional future in a nation every single one of us came forward to defend.
Ah.
Woo! That nigga lost his job.
The truth of the UAP reality as patriots and defenders of our nation.
He's
Yet many
struggling.
feel isolated, hopeless, separated from the country they serve. Efforts to rectify this situation for all whistleblowers have been difficult and troubling. And to my fellow whistleblowers and officials who know this information,
Evaluation was a psych
Chef,
evaluation.
Chef, come get this nigga a haircut, Chef. You out there scamming them haircuts, Chef? Come get this man a haircut. Nigga say he can't find a job.
Man,
When he
leave
went
leave
in there
Silky
and
alone.
he said, this is not for prosecution purposes,
Are you
just to
banging
see how
on
much
Silky,
you know.
man?
That was a psychological evaluation. This nigga crazy.
Yeah, they said nah, he off, or you know what I'm
He
saying.
off.
But you know what? Welcome to our world, Mister whatever your name is. You
Man,
look
this
like
nigga
dude,
say his future. He say his future fucked up.
He got white
yeah,
balls. He
he
got
looked like
white
the
balls.
dude that just killed. He got white ball. I'm done. I'm
Oh
done.
shit.
I'm done. I'm done. He got
Oh
white ball.
shit.
Looking like the dude that just killed Christopher fucking Kirk and shit.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly. Yeah, boy. They ain't got nothing
something
to do
wrong
with
with
us.
that boy. He looks skittish. He looks skittish.
Yeah, boy. Look. He may having too much sleep.
He looks
He
skittish,
think
bro. He might be hitting
he's
that
on
meth pipe,
Xanax.
bro.
He's on Xanax for sure. Antidepressant. Look at
He on the Xannies, bro.
it. Look at it.
See, this why this why the victims never come out, man, cause y'all treat them like this. I wouldn't tell you niggas nothing.
Victim blaming. Victim blaming. Yeah, but he don't look. He
I
don't. He
wouldn't tell
don't
you
look
niggas shit.
Nigga,
yeah,
I'm
he
working
ain't
that
got nothing to
level in the
lose. He
CIA.
ain't got nothing to
If
lose.
I got that level of clearance in the CIA, I've been trained to shut my goddamn mouth. Like, Cedric, what is that you just saw? You what you talking about?
I ain't see
Facebook?
shit. I ain't see
You
a
mean
damn thing.
Instagram?
You know what I'm
What
saying?
you talking about?
Remember that?
I
Remember
ain't
that
see nothing.
Spaceballs? Remember
I ain't see
Spaceballs
nothing.
with the black brothers? You know what I'm saying? They got the pick comb in the sand, and
Yeah.
it was like we ain't see shit.
Man, this is crazy. Let's keep
this
going.
this nigga got high level clearance and he won't be like a rugrat. I'm gonna tell Chris.
Yo, I saw aliens.
I saw aliens
Hey,
right over
hey,
there.
hey, he say, man, my key knob was working this day. The next day, my damn key knob wasn't working no more.
Bro, they said, come in here, have a seat. Have a seat. Would you like a glass of water? No, this is not an investigation. This is just an evaluation. We want to know how
Right,
much you
right,
know.
right, right.
Okay,
And what does this shape look like to you?
yes, yes. Uh-huh. And you suspect it to be a
What does
what?
this shape look like to you?
Uh-uh. And you think and you
He
propose
used the
that this must be
Worcester. What was it called? Worcester
out of
test.
so
The
you
Worcester test. What is that? How did they
okay.
say it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
With the
Can
little
you
freaking
repeat that?
daggone like the little freaking images, the little
Yeah,
ink
yeah,
blot.
yeah. Those black dots, the black smudges, the black smudges.
That
Okay,
nigga said
okay.
it looks like ET to me. Oh
Yes,
yeah, yeah, it's time to go. It's
that
time to go.
one looks
It's
just
time to
like the
go.
predator.
Hey, look, this
The
this
ship
what
that
threw
they
me off.
had was the size of the predator's ship.
This
I
what
think
threw
it
me
was
off.
destroyed by the
That
predator.
nigga said that nigga said he took a meeting to give the information he
Yeah.
knew, and it didn't have nothing to do with the CIA, FBI, or nothing to do with nothing. He just volunteered to do the shit.
Yep. And they went,
Yeah.
oh shit, Charlie's got level six
Yeah,
clearance, and
he
this
broke.
nigga
Yeah, he
is
cracked.
talking.
He cracked.
Who? Excuse me. Can you tell us who else did you divulge this information?
It could have been another country interviewing his ass trying to get
Bruh,
information. He don't even know who it was.
bruh. They took his clearance faster than he could have said amen. He reached the
Right.
work, swiped his card, and did it denied. Access denied. Please report to HR. Access
Man,
denied.
come
Please
on, man.
report to HR.
Access to
Let's let's let, let's
every
keep running
time
the
that nigga
game
flashed
film,
his car, that shit buzzed. He was like, "Wait, hold on, what's going
or
on
let's
here?"
keep running the game film.
My apology, something that I have never gotten, and I'm giving it to you. I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States, an oath that demands truth and transparency for our democratic republic to function. Each day, these truths remain hidden from our citizens. Humanity drifts further from the principles our nation was founded to uphold. Each day, victims of crimes committed by agencies and companies maintaining this secrecy are denied justice is another day our Constitution is shredded. In 2023, Patriots provided this committee and the executive branch with undeniable proof of the UAP reality, and I commend your continued commitment. The future of humanity is one which we either travel to the stars or regress to the Stone Age with this technology. My career has been to deliver critical information to decision makers. Your role as elected by your representatives is to act on it. The time to act is now. Thank you. I'm a
Right. That nigga just
If you want
simply
to build an
failed the
app and
test.
Right, Laurel. It is a
He failed
congressional
the
hearing.
test.
Yeah.
They put this stuff in front of your face to see how you are going to operate. Are you ready to go to that
Are
next
you going to
level?
break? They want to see if you
You
break.
are not a citizen. You are not a civilian, right?
Right.
And there are things that civilians just are not privy to.
That's true.
Why? Context. The amount of prerequisite information you are required to have to understand this particular thing is the reason certain things are not divulged,
Right.
right?
Correct.
Because it is going to create unnecessary panic. What this man is doing is showing that he
He's
could not
panicking.
pass the test.
He's
They
panicking
put you in front of this information to see what you're gonna do with
to
it.
see if you're gonna, yeah, if you're gonna keep your head, you're gonna hold your head.
He lost his shit
He
and
lost
he
his
lost
shit.
his job. That's it. You,
Hey,
the
Mr.
moment you
Portland,
climb
I'm
on
riding
that
with you.
dotted
I
line,
believe everything you saying, Mr. Portland. So let
He's
me
a
get both of
DEI
you
hire.
niggas on record. Hold up, let me
yeah,
get both of you niggas on record. And everybody in the chat, I want y'all to hear this shit and think about this shit. Let me get both of you niggas on record. Uncle Sid and Uncle Zion. Are y'all both, are y'all both saying that it's things in the sky that human beings have seen that have not been made by human beings? Are y'all both saying that everything we seen that we classify as UFOs was made by another Homo sapien? Is that what y'all saying?
I'm saying it's most probable. Uncle
All right,
said,
all right, hold up. All right, hold up. That all right, we got you. Yes or no question. Uncle says, is that what you saying?
yeah, we have no evidence to the contrary.
We have no evidence. So if the government, if the government could hide a snitch, if the government can hide a snitch, goddamn me, and hide them well, you don't think the government can hide UAP classified document? What the hell is a classified document for if we supposed to already been heard about it, Uncle said?
Uh,
that's random.
Exactly.
Hold up,
Again,
gang. Hold up.
unidentified.
Zion. If I'm talking to Uncle
I
said,
muted.
gang.
I muted. I muted. I just
All right,
interjected.
well, hold on. Let me talk to Uncle Said, gang. Let's not chili. Let's rock out.
Okay,
Let's rock
brother.
out. Now,
Okay.
Uncle Said, if what's the point of having a classified document if you saying we all supposed to know about it, Uncle Said? Come on,
Well,
Uncle Said.
what I'm saying, don't confuse things. There are things that are unidentified. Doesn't make them alien. Um, they are unknown and unidentified to those that did not produce the technology. What I'm saying, if something is coming from out of space, just understanding space travel, we as a world would have seen it coming for hundreds of years. It would not have gotten here yesterday to cover that amount of space, even traveling at the speed of light, we would still see it coming. That's what I'm saying. As a civilization, as a population, as general, like we see comets, everybody knows what it is, right? But we do not know specifically it's a comet, right? It could be an asteroid. We see it coming though. Who sees it coming? All these amateur
I don't know.
astronomers.
I think I object to that.
You
Uncle
can,
Anu.
but that's just a reality, right?
I,
Anything
I think the real
alien,
reality is
Hey,
that
hold
we
up,
can't.
hold up, Uncle Anu. Let him finish, and then you come after him.
So again, we confusing two things. When we see a UFO, it is unidentified. We do not know what it is. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's alien. That's the bait and switch that is happening. We know for a fact, just based on the information we're dealing with here, these sightings happen in specific areas. It's always based on these clandestine sites and clandestine operations that is going on. That is a clear indication to me that what we're dealing with is high level espionage.
Military.
This
Okay.
brother, this brother here made the mistake of divulging or questioning stuff that is not supposed to be questioned. His intellect is supposed to have him understand that. He is
But
going and making.
Uncle said, Malcolm X did that too. Malcolm X did that too.
Wasn't a military officer.
We ain't
Well,
talking about no, bro. We talking about the guy, bro. When you say military gang, we talking about the government. The government is shady. So if you want to call a military shady, then that's what you're gonna do. That's what you're doing. But
yes,
let's hear from Uncle.
government and military are shady. Espionage is that's what espionage is. It is not
Imagine,
above the table.
but imagine taking all these witnesses and saying no. These are not UFOs. These are other countries playing in our backyard. Bro, you make America sound slow. Nigga, we
That's
is
I
the
mean,
why.
best country.
That's
We
why
the
it
let
most
is
let's
not
talk
powerful.
about
broadcast.
certain nuances.
That's why it's not broadcast. That's why the Chinese don't tell their citizens of all the clandestine operations that the U.S. are doing about the B-52 bombers and our spy planes that are in the air 365 days a year that use solar technology that simply don't come down. We know everything that is happening everywhere. You
No,
can
we
get
don't.
people are being bombed right
I
to the
disagree with that.
man in the car, to the individual
I disagree with
in
that
the
fully.
car, right? By people who are in Langley behind a computer screen controlling a drone that is
I
over
disagree with that.
Afghanistan
Hey,
and over
let me say
and
something real
over
quick. Let me
Iran.
say something real quick.
I
Hold on, let me
disagree
say
with that.
something real quick. This is not the back chat game. So they got a thing called a live show, and they got a thing called a back chat. If you do back chat shit, you gonna get disrespected off the muscle. So talking over a nigga, Uncle Anu, you know you good over here. But if you want to have a long conversation with Uncle Said, that shit ain't gonna fly. He gonna start disrespecting you in 5 minutes, gang.
And I'm gonna
We gotta have real show etiquette.
and then I'm gonna jump in.
Go
Yeah,
ahead. Hey,
you
Uncle
said I was
said,
next, bro.
hold up. Uncle
Some of
said
you don't know
finish
how
your
to
point,
battle his
and
tongue.
then Uncle New come in.
So yeah, that's just my general point. Again, UFOs doesn't necessarily mean extraterrestrial, but if you're in a military capacity, once you are starting to divulge this information right to the general public, you become a liability for the espionage and the clandestine operations of every country. And yes, us as citizens, if we are aware that people are conducting active espionage, right, that's going to create the panic. That's why this information is not divulged, but it is what countries do. I yield the floor.
All right, Uncle Anu, you got the flow.
Okay. Yeah, man. So we cannot see all of the sky at the same time at one time. We can't do that. Like they have to do composite pictures and videos of the sky like that. Like we don't have that capability to map 360 degrees all the way around the earth. That's not true. The other thing is for him to say, "Oh, this is just some government espionage stuff." Okay, well, did those governments have that same technology back in the 1800s? Because the first sighting of UFOs or UAPs come all the way back to Thomas Jefferson. It goes all the way back to Thomas Jefferson. So you saying they had high technology where they was defying gravity back in the 1800s? This is documented from sitting presidents. Thomas Jefferson, founding father. You see what I'm saying? Okay, and then like with that being said, what about all the ancient stories about visitors coming from space, coming from the skies? So are we gonna ignore all of that and just like, oh, that's just all government espionage stuff? No, the point that the fact that we hear and everything that's happening around us suggests that it's some type of aliens influence. Like, I mean, it's enough evidence to show, but you got to understand them unveiling that there are aliens see this planet and all of that shit means that all of your religions are fake. And so
Got hit by the dust. Zion, my boy got hit by the dust.
I'm here.
He gonna
Yeah,
come back.
yeah. God removed them. Yeah. Hallelujah.
He say God removed.
Hallelujah. Cedric's face says it all.
All right,
But
hold on, he back. Hold on, he back. He back.
oh,
Go ahead,
y'all
Uncle
didn't hear
Anu.
me?
Yeah, hey, Uncle Anu, you probably gotta put the link in your web browser if you on the phone. But go ahead, you got the flow. If you cut out again, just put the link in your web browser. You got the flow.
Okay. Again, like I said, the first sighting of UAPs or UFOs come all the way back to Thomas Jefferson in the 1800s. That was a founding father. That was a sitting founding father president, right? So to say that it's just some government espionage shit and they've been reporting that shit for over 200 some odd years, you know what I'm saying, is crazy as shit. You know what I'm saying? And then not to mention we got plenty enough ancestral or oral traditions of visitors coming from the sky. Plenty of depictions of, you know what I'm saying, extraterrestrial visitors and things of that nature. So we can keep chunking it up to myth and conspiracy, but I mean, like I said, that's 1800s documented in down in Louisiana, brother.
All right, Uncle said.
You muted, Uncle said you muted.
Nah, I'm not muted.
Oh, you just had a loss for words.
First of all, the conflation, the conflation and the
Conflating.
category error that is taking place. Like we're having a modern conversation and we are examining the evidence that's being put in front of us. First of all, every speaker up until now, except to Mr. Knapp, has been a military or a government official. The sightings that they are reporting, and there's one on YouTube where you actually see the orb behind the military vessel, and you see how they're using their military equipment to track the orb because what? It is was off the Pacific coast, off of California, where the government was running some operations. Right? They had their high-tech submarines, their nuclear submarines, some big operation, and in the middle of the big operation, boom, the probe or the orb shows up, pops out of the water, makes a round, drops back down in the ocean, disappears. Nobody is shot. Nobody is killed. These are tools of observation. The US uses the exact same technology. We only see, right, and never think about it. Wait a minute. How did they get that picture of that person in that car over on a deserted road in Pakistan, in
Right.
Iran? How? Why? Because these drones are 24 hours in the air and they fly in the stratosphere. So they fly above the clouds. So there
Right.
are moments that you would actually see a UFO, unidentified thing flying. You watch how drones move. Drones move in maneuvers that are humanly impossible. We would not be able to withstand those G forces. But an unmanned craft can do that, and we
Can
have
do
the
that.
technology today.
Yeah.
We, as civilians, can buy that technology at a scale. You can
But when they
send.
say when they say the size of a football field, how you saying we got that technology?
Yeah, our stealth bombers, our unmanned stealth bombers are the size of about a Boeing 747. So it's the size
Now we talking
of the
about a
president.
football field, Uncle said, a football field.
They say a football field, right? And
Okay.
again, Ah, huge, yes. Very huge, unmanned, which is counterintuitive, maneuvering in ways that are not humanly possible. Yes, but the size of a football field, maybe half the size of a football field. The presidential jet is half the size of a football field, pretty much, right? Now imagine that flattened out in a triangle that is using stealth propulsion and unmanned, right? Computer technology. You don't hear them because they don't use fuels. These are using lithium battery technology, right? These batteries are so light, these planes can maneuver. Like, we do not know, quote unquote, the level of technology that the military has. But we know for a fact that a lot of what the military does needs to be clandestine. It is to give each country an upper hand. So when they were developing the stealth bomber technology in the 70s and 80s, back in Area 51, when people saw that big, huge triangle flying in the night, that shit was a flying saucer, and it has no radar, so your local detection can't see it. It's jet black, and it's moving with stealth because the technology has it made it so that it doesn't have this the loud sound, like the Apache helicopters.
Right, right, right. Yes, sir.
A helicopter is right across the road and you can't hear it. Man, you see that thing in the dark of the night, you will freak out. All those lights, this thing hovering right there, not making a sound, and then take off. But Apaches can do that, right? So
Hey,
again,
I'm riding with you, Mr. Borland. I'm riding with you, gang. My
I'm
nigga say
saying
he can't get a job. He got white balled, Uncle said.
he got white ball.
Yo,
They
so before do you want to finish the video, or do you want me to share some of the information that I've pulled up? Because I pulled up a couple of things for consideration. I'm not saying, you know what I'm saying?
Let's we got about 5 more witnesses out here.
Yeah,
Let's rock out.
yeah,
Let's rock out.
let's get it.
Your role as elected by your representatives is to act on it. The time to act is now. Thank you.
I'm a senior policy counsel at the Project on Government Oversight, a nonpartisan independent watchdog organization that investigates and exposes waste, corruption, abuse of power, and when the government fails to serve the public or silences those who report wrongdoing. Whistleblowers are the first line of defense to root out waste, fraud, abuse of power, and corruption in our government. Congress relies on whistleblowers so that it can fully exercise its oversight and legislative authorities. It's understandable that former presidents of both parties have often taken a hostile approach toward whistleblowers. Their disclosures can embarrass the president and their political party or even lead to a national scandal. But whistleblowers continue to play a vital role during both Democratic and Republican administrations. They help Congress and the public identify and understand what government corruption looks like. Their disclosures fuel investigations and allow us to address wrongdoing and hold those responsible to account. That's why historically there's been a strong bipartisan consensus in Congress to support and protect whistleblowers. Doing so protects the country and ensures our government is more responsive and accountable to the people. National security whistleblowing in particular is a tradition going back to the founding of our country, and over time, national security whistleblowers and their disclosures have impacted some of the most fundamental issues and questions about how we wish to be governed and how our government can better serve its people. From the role the U.S. plays around the world, to holding powerful actors accountable, government ethics and transparency, human rights and civil liberties, executive branch authority, first.
Man, look how shiny my boy forehead is, man. He nervous, man. It's like, man, let's keep going. My bad, man. My bad.
Amendment freedoms
He's
of speech,
sweating.
freedom of the press, and the public's interest in right to know. Despite this invaluable public service, blowing the whistle comes at great personal risk. Whistleblowers risk losing their jobs, careers, livelihoods, and reputations. They can face retaliatory investigations, lawsuits, and even serious criminal charges. And they can endure deep mental, emotional, and psychological harm. All of that risk to speak the truth, to ensure that agencies fulfill their core missions, and that they serve the best interests of the people. Those who retaliate against whistleblowers don't just violate their legal rights, they inflict real harm on our government and betray the public's trust. Targeting
What if you can create your
Oh no, we ain't trying to create no website, gang. We good, gang. We good right
Yeah,
now.
we good, brother.
targeting whistleblowers instead of wastes agency resources and further allows that corruption to continue unaddressed. It can instill a chilling effect across an agency, fostering a climate of fear and distrust, quieting dissent and free speech, and deterring potential whistleblowers from coming forward in the future. Whistleblowers are often some of the most dedicated and principled public servants we have because of their willingness to put themselves on the line to do what's right. And Congress has historically supported them, again, on a bipartisan basis, but unfortunately, whistleblowing has increasingly become more politicized, with support for whistleblowers often hinging on which party is in power and which party is politically inconvenienced by the misconduct being exposed. But to be clear, targeting whistleblowers individually risks undermining whistleblowing, period. Pogo advises members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to focus on the evidence, not the individual. We will always need whistleblowers to achieve the government that best serves its people, because when people of conscience, integrity, and good character refuse to speak up out of fear, complacency, or self-preservation, and leave corruption to fester behind closed doors, that is probably the most dangerous risk of all. If we are serious about increasing government transparency and restoring the public's trust, we need public servants committed to the truth. Whistleblowers need safe and effective channels to make lawful disclosures. They need stronger protections against retaliation. And when they do face retaliation, they need a fair shot to be made whole.
Congress has made strides to pass whistleblower legislation, and these laws need to be updated and expanded so that whistleblowers truly receive the protections they need, retaliators are held accountable, and we can achieve the type of government the people deserve. We strongly urge Congress to continue its historic tradition of championing the rights and protections of all whistleblowers. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify here this morning. POGO is committed to working with you and the Oversight Committee to address these critical issues. I look forward to any questions.
Mr. Borland, in your testimony, you described witnessing large triangular craft while stationed at Langley Air Force Base in 2012. Can you explain what you observed in terms of size, behavior, and why you're confident it was not conventional technology?
Great question, ma'am. So on the base, I lived in the barracks. There was a little smoke pit outside. I was there on the telephone and looking across to the flight line, and I see a white light pop up and stop about 100 feet in the air. I thought it was a weather balloon. I've seen tests from there before, weeknight, normal thing, not surprising. I actually finished my cigarette and I began walking up towards the flight line. There is a track, and because I was on 3 months of night work, I would walk the track at night when we were weather down. And as I began walking towards the light, towards the flight line and the track, the light then flies across the base, across the flight line, and as it flies to me, a triangle manifests around the light. I can't tell you if it's active camouflage. I can't tell you if it appeared around the light, but I can tell you that it was a white light and then it was a triangle. It stopped about 100 feet in front of me and approximately 100 feet above me. My telephone got extremely hot, completely froze, dead. I remember how thick it was. It was between 1 to 2 stories thick, equilateral triangle. I could never see the top of it, and the edges were 90 degrees. There were 4 lights in total, 1 light on each corner and a larger light in the center, 2 to 3 times the size of the corner lights. But what was really odd was the outside. The best way to describe it is like looking at a James Webb telescope picture where you have the colors and then the black background. So the craft itself was this black metallic flake paint, but on top of the craft was this gold, lava, plasma, some type of fluid going over and around the craft. I'm under this for about 2 to 3 minutes, and then the center light flashes 2 to 3 times, no sound, immediately shoots up to commercial jet level minimum, in my opinion. And I immediately feel static electricity all over my body. And then I smell the smell of after a thunderstorm or lightning storm, that really strong summer thunderstorm smell. Gets up to flight level. I'm trying to get my phone reset, and I can only see the center light at this point. If I didn't actually see it take off, I would have thought it was a star. And then it hovers up there and it begins to slowly move due east out over the Atlantic Ocean. I finally got my phone reset. The entire thing was about, from the time I saw the light pop up near the hangar until it took off out over the ocean, was about 15 minutes.
Nigga said it was 3 stories high. Nigga, it was a Dorito chip. Nigga, Dorito chip. And y'all up here sitting here acting like it ain't no Dorito chips 3 stories high flying. He said he put his cigarette out. And he seen a 3-story, 2-story Dorito chip. Size of a football field. Come on, Zion and Uncle said. I know he made you niggas believers now. And just like Uncle Laurel said, they don't hold congressional hearings for goofy shit. That's a fact.
Right. But there has to be, in any kind of, well, this is just a hearing. However, what I'm saying, when you provide hard evidence or direct evidence or even a preponderance of circumstantial evidence, that is what weighs more than just simple testimony. A testimony can go a long way, even in a court. In a hearing, these people are just bringing out their information and saying what they're saying. So we still don't have a hard evidence to support, the position that going for aliens necessarily. So I do have like 3. I'm just gonna wait until you're finished with this because we got a couple more people left. But I got like 3 slides. I wanted to talk about holograms, and I wanted to talk about Germany's technology since World War II to present, and so we can discuss how the probability of these things being actual or possible, military technologies that they're still trying to keep under wraps, and also, like Uncle said, espionage. Very important towards all of these political factions of countries and stuff like that. You know, everybody's has spies. Now we don't need freaking daggone 007 when you got a drone floating over your head. You know what I'm saying? And also causing fear and contention in your people. You know what I'm saying? It don't take much to turn a cloud into a hologram, y'all. I want y'all to know that. So some things that we might be getting images of might simply be, I don't know if y'all been to DC or I think it's Vegas, where they have that dome that has the freaking daggone hologram. And I mean, it's huge. And people shit their pants driving down the street, seeing some of the shit that comes out of this dome, just the hologram itself. But all you need is water vapor, which is what a cloud is. A water vapor will literally translucently create the image that you want. So if you have a drone that can shoot an image, it can make you look at something and think that you're seeing a UFO, and just because it's in the cloud shooting all of these, you know what I'm saying, light and laser beams and stuff everywhere, create an image that looks just like something that's coming off. We got to be careful that we're not just immediately jumping the gun to assuming what these things are with all of the technology that we don't know we have and that are just being released to us now. You understand
And
what I'm saying? So
don't
yeah,
forget,
let's be a little skeptical. Let's hold skepticism is fair game. It's necessary. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Otherwise,
shout out to the Nagas, man. The Nagas on point tonight.
Naga world,
drones
shout out.
drones
Yeah,
information and light manipulation, it is done
yes,
now with a computer, not even computer, with your phone.
yes,
You have 30, 40 drones. You can determine a formation. You can make it from a UFO. You
yes,
can make it say I love you. You program them up and you
yes,
send them up, right? So now, for example, they are no longer companies are no longer investing in fireworks display. They are
right.
investing in drone displays that are
Hologram
producing
technology.
the
Yes.
same type of effect. Drones.
Right, right. So you ain't got to blow nothing up in order to get the light show. All you
Yeah,
need is some water vapor and some
some
daggone freaking
drones.
tech.
Yeah,
Yeah, and
the
you
drones
got
paint
your show
and they give you
and
that
some
whole
huge
light show.
speakers. Yep, that's it, and it's on.
Yeah, bro.
You know what I mean?
And that, if
So
we are seeing this technology now, how long has the military already have it?
right, right. And I agree, Naga. There is King Naga. I agree. There is a difference between skepticism and denial. However, when there is a lack of pertinent evidence to build a case for aliens themselves, like we've seen so many videos of aliens and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? People claiming to be, and then all of a sudden it's debunked. And then you see later on that, you know what I'm saying, somebody created these things with paper. Like people are always, there's always a propaganda campaign that we have to be
Crop circles,
careful not to fall. The governments do propaganda campaigns too,
crop
just to keep
circles.
us, yeah, divided and distracted on things that are not relevant. And so while there's cold wars going on, we over here thinking ET about to take a shit on us.
Yeah. While it's
That
technology
that
and
that's
it's
what
doing what
listen.
they
That's
do.
what the War of the Worlds is all about, right? So I got the book. My son loves War of the Worlds, right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm share my screen. So you know what I'm saying? My H.G. Wells. Remember this in history. H.G. Wells did a radio show, and I think it was 1940s, maybe I don't know what year this was written. But he did a radio show
The
on the
aliens are
book,
coming.
and he acted as if there was a real alien invasion.
Invasion.
And this thing turned
And
up
he
the
said before he started that this is from the book and it is not real. He said it
right, right. He
before
said it in
he
the
did
beginning,
it. And
but the
and the
government was
panic
watching. It
still
was a
ensued.
study. It was a study on how people were going to behave, if there was. So once he went forward and started doing this reporting as if there was an actual Martian invasion going on, people in the country began to lose their freaking minds and get nervous. And it began this UFO Martian invasion freaking daggone cultural, you know, it's in
Mhm.
history where people literally believed that the radio show was reporting real facts. when all he was doing was using a book.
Yep.
And the government was studying how it was a study on how citizens would respond. Look up H.G.
All right.
Wells and War of the Worlds. I'll rest.
Yep.
All right, let's keep running. Let's keep running the game film.
And following up to that question, after you disclose this information to the intelligence community, Inspector General, you're subject to phishing attempts and job blacklisting. How widespread do you think this is across the intelligence community for those who raise concerns regarding UAP programs?
It's a difficult.
Nah, gang, we good on playing the games, man. We trying to see what
good, though. That looks
ET
like a good game, though. It
trying to
looks
see
like a
what
real
ET
good game.
talking about right now.
I think prior to David Grush and people beginning this process of bringing people into awareness of the reality of these programs and certain things people have witnessed, probably extremely widespread. I think today there's still an issue, but because people are able to come before you and people are speaking out, I think it has been somewhat less. I would hope, though, that people would, because if this goes back into closed doors, this is going to get really ugly.
What type of behavior have you witnessed from former Aero director Sean Kilpatrick, as well as his staff, in relation to this information you provided to them? Did they ever try to classify this information as non-human technology?
Good question. The problem with this is that I know what I experienced firsthand, and I know other things. I think the staff at Aero that I had met with in March of 2023, I think they were good people doing the job they were told to do. I did not meet with Kirkpatrick. He was either not present or did not want to meet me that day. However, they did classify information about the reality of this subject. And it was very concerning because in my Aero MFR, they had actually referenced a former staff member that was the one who told me to go there. And they probably shouldn't have done that.
And real quick before my time is up, and we might go to second round of questions just so you're all aware, how important, given everything that you've seen and experienced, is the UAP Disclosure Act of 2025 in restoring both public accountability and trust?
I think very important. I would hope, though, that the 7-year window could be shrunk, my opinion, but very important. The truth needs to be known.
Mr. Wiggins, I want to talk to you. I find your background and testimony compelling. When you first saw what you were looking at, what were your first thoughts?
My first thoughts were, I think everything that I was told and taught as a kid and as growing adult no longer, was applicable. If I'm able to see something that I thought defies gravity in such a way, then what else could be possible? That was my first thought.
So did you think what you were looking at was a weapons program that you were unaware of, or did you think what you were looking at was obviously some extraterrestrial piece of technology?
Neither one of those crossed my mind. It was just.
How about now? What do you think it is now?
I'm not the expert. I think it. I want to be as skeptical as everyone else and just hope to know the information.
Anyone in the U.S. government tell you what you were looking at to try to dissuade you from what you thought it was?
No.
So no one was like, oh, there was some anomaly with the technology. No one from the government did that?
No one.
How do you think you were treated when you reported this information or talked about, the Tic Tac video is well out there. It's well reported. How were you treated?
I've had no pushback at all. I haven't had anyone reach out to me or try to dissuade me in either direction, militarily speaking. So I was treated fair, and I appreciate the Navy itself with assisting me with coming here to being able to testify.
That's good. So what do you think the American people should take away from watching your video? Right? Because when we watch it, obviously, right, we've never seen anything like that. It defies what we know to be technologically possible. What are we supposed to think? Someone's lying about something. Someone's hiding something.
That's
right.
Hey, Mr. Moskowitz. That's a fact. Somebody lying. Somebody fucking lying, Mr. Moskowitz. Let's get to the bottom of it.
Watch it, obviously, right? We've never seen anything like that. It defies what we know to be technologically possible. What are we supposed to think? Someone's lying about something. Someone's hiding something, right? That's not normal what you looked at.
I think what the American people should think when seeing that video, along with others before me, is that there is something out there, and we should know as the people what it is.
Right. And so let's eliminate possibilities. So they didn't come to you and say there was a...
Hold on. I'm gonna stop right there. Let me go back to that. Let me go back to that video. All right. So Uncle Said keep mentioning F1 firebomber. What the hell you said, Uncle Said? F-150 Ford truck firebomber.
B-1 stealth bomber.
B1 stealth bomber. Now, Uncle said, do the B1 stealth bomber travel like this? Let's look at it.
That took off earlier.
He said that motherfucker took off earlier. Uncle said, do the stealth jet fly like that?
Nope.
All right. So, as a skeptic, are you saying that that video we just seen right there is a lie? As a skeptic,
No, I'm saying I can't tell you what that is. I'm not saying that's a manned aircraft. But if you look at drone technology, yeah, they can move like that.
overstood. Hey,
Let
King,
me
I agree
let me
with you.
do
Them
this
people
assessment because I
scared
share
for
my
real. Like
screen
none of them brothers uh
conviction.
speaking with balls besides Mr. Knapp.
Yeah, because Mr. Knapp is a private dude that does what he wants. You share my screen for a second?
Gotcha.
Yeah, let me know when it's shared.
Let's
All
go,
right,
Seth.
So look at these. So look at these aircraft. This is not a conventional aircraft. You see this stuff lit up in the middle of the night. Or look at this one here in the corner. You see this Chinese firm claim new stealth bomb. Hmm. Yeah. Now look. Now if this stuff is unmanned,
Yeah,
look at
read
this.
anything.
You know what size this is? This is the size of a half a football field. Maybe the size of a football field. I don't know. Look at it. So yeah, we don't see these things ever. We simply don't, but they exist. Look at this stealth bomber. This is flying. Look, the clouds are under it. Look at this profile, right? This can look like alien technology. Now, nowadays, they have these things unmanned. So the speed at which they can move and the maneuvers that they can do because of them being drone-based technology is a reality. Look at this bird here. If you look at this bird, come on. You see
Man,
this
Uncle said,
thing show up in the middle of, look here, look here. Why does
oh my bad,
Russia's
my bad.
new
Hold
stealth
up.
drone look like a B-2 bomber? The
Hold up, let me
national
show that one more time.
interest. Look at this. This is a drone, unmanned. This thing can move and do things that a human can't physically do in an
But
aircraft.
look, but look, can it fly like that video we just played?
Yes.
Ah, shit, man. Uncle said you all. All right, let's keep playing the
Yes.
video.
The
All right, let's
drones
keep playing the
can.
game,
That's what
fam.
I'm saying.
All right.
Yeah, right. Because when we watch it, obviously, right, we've never seen anything like that. It defies what we know to be technologically possible. What are we supposed to think? Someone's lying about something. Someone's hiding something, right? That's not normal. What you looked at.
I think what the American people should think when seeing that video, along with others before me, is that there is something out there, and we should know as the people what it is.
That's a
Right. And
fact.
so let's eliminate possibilities. So they didn't come to you and say there was a technological error with what you were looking at. So we put that aside, right? They didn't say it was broken. So we look at that and we see something. So it's either a weapons program being reverse engineered by our governments or other governments, or it's nobody's government, and it's not from here. Those are it.
Right.
You agree with that assessment?
I agree. One or the other.
Uncle said, and Zion, y'all agree with that?
Again,
Y'all
what am I agreeing with?
y'all
What
agree
am I
with that?
agreeing with?
All right,
Yeah.
let me run back with this. Listen to the white man
Okay.
question.
All right.
Program being reverse engineered by our governments or other governments.
Hold up. Listen to what the white man said.
Wouldn't say there was a technological error with
know as the people what it is.
Right. And so let's eliminate possibilities. So they didn't come to you and say there was a technological error with what you were looking at. So we put that aside, right? They didn't say it was broken. So we look at that and we see something. So it's either a weapons program being reverse engineered by our governments or other governments, or it's nobody's government. And it's not from here. Those are it. You agree with that assessment?
I agree. One or the other.
Y'all agree?
What do you and your friends
Absolutely.
think about it?
Absolutely.
You all
Absolutely.
talk about it. I mean, so what?
Y'all agree with that? Uncle said?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with
Yes.
that.
All right, let's keep running.
What do you and your friends think about it today? You all have talked about it. I mean, so what do you think about your experience as a collective group? That'll be my last question, Madam Chairman.
I mean, we've been talking about this for 20 years. We don't know what we saw. What we saw changed our lives in the way we think about everything. It was incredibly profound. The object I saw, I don't even know if it was an object. It was a light. It was an orb. It didn't look like a craft, but it did look solid. And that's what we talk about. We noticed the object, and this was a pattern across all the encounters. Someone would see a light. They would pay attention.
It didn't look like a craft. Let's keep going.
To the light. And then the object responds. It performs for you. And then they come down and they investigate you. So it's almost like they're curious. So that's the thing we primarily talk about. Why did it come after we noticed it? Maybe it noticed us after we noticed it.
I only have 1 minute left.
Need a new mattress but confused?
Oh, no, we won't need no mattress, gang. Trust me, we won't need no mattress, gang. We are super good.
Yeah, we good on that.
I only have 1 minute left. So, Mr. Knapp, we were definitely going to watch every documentary. You guys have done you and Jeremy have done a terrific job. I usually have more questions than I have answers. I think we all do. You guys are doing a terrific job to bring information to the public. Do you think that any of this is a psyop by the U.S. government?
Entirely possible. I mean, our government and other governments have admitted that they've tried to use UFOs to cover secret projects. But I think they also do some reverse engineering of those claims. So years after people start seeing UFOs over Area 51, for example, they come up with a story. Oh yeah, that was we planted that story. So I read in a major newspaper just a couple of weeks ago, they planted this story. An Air Force colonel went out into the desert, went to a bar at Rachel, and gave them some fake UFO photos, and that's how the whole story about Area 51 started, which is preposterous.
Yeah, and I didn't even get to the crash retrieval program stuff yet, Miss Chairwoman. There's just so much. Okay, thank you so much for your time today. I wish we had more time. Thank you, Madam Chair. I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and thank you, Ranking Member Crockett. I see a lot of friends out there, and I see a couple enemies, so I'll remember that.
He said a couple of enemies.
White on white violence.
White on white violence is a thing.
Yeah, he bagging, bro. He bagging, bro.
Maybe longer. I hope we just keep focused on what we're trying to get to is total disclosure. We get a little wrapped up in a lot of things, but the government has something and they need to turn it over to us. We pay their dadgum salary. You pay our salary. And you ought to get more out of us than you do.
Ooh! Ooh!
That was cold.
Say, look, see, you have guys that they play the fiddle, you know what I'm saying? They be swimming in the conversation, and then you got some motherfucking straight shooters. Donald Trump is a straight shooter. You ask Donald Trump about some shit he don't know about, he gonna give you his opinion. That's why motherfuckers be mad, because he giving you his opinion, nigga. He don't be knowing what the fuck going on. But what this white man just said, the government got some shit that they hiding, and they need to turn that shit over. We pay they motherfucking salaries. Nigga, what the fuck is they doing?
Right.
Uncle Lance, what's goody? Uncle Lance.
Yo,
right.
What's good?
What's good, Uncle Lance?
I know you believe in this shit. Talk black to me.
No, I don't really believe in aliens from other planets. I do believe that there have been beings on Earth and we like newcomers here. I don't believe in
really
Martians and fucking Venetians and all of that shit, bro.
It's about to get weird.
Yeah.
Hey, he probably y'all would rather believe in little.
Before we get off topic, hold up. Before we get off topic, Uncle Said and Zion, how y'all feel about that white straight shooter statement?
I think that was very pertinent. You know what I'm saying? Why are we going I know we watch a lot of sci-fi, you know what I'm saying, and there is probabilities of obviously probabilities of life in the universe, you know what I'm saying. But niggas traveling back and forth, you know what I'm saying, probing people's backsides and stuff. You know, I think
Whoa.
we do too
Yeah.
much, man.
And
Yeah,
and
Uncle Lance, what's up? What's up? Huh? What's up, homie?
Good,
and
brother.
again, from a citizen perspective, yeah, I want to know. From a citizen perspective, yeah,
Yes,
we
I
have the
want to
right
know.
to know.
Yeah,
But I worked in government for 14 years. I was one of the day, right? I developed food safety programs. I developed water safety programs. There's certain amount of stuff that, especially again, we're talking about superpowers, we're talking about geopolitics, we're talking about controlling the free world. This is not about your groceries. This is about who is controlling the world. We live in
right,
the West,
right.
right? We benefit from the destruction, the control, the influence that the
Yes,
Western countries have in the rest of the world, right? So we can be objective and say, well, this is right or wrong, but the reality is, right, this is how countries operate. No government is coming out and telling its citizen, well, we're developing the latest technology where we're going to be able to know exactly what the Chinese are doing 24/7. We're going
right,
to
Right.
develop games and we're going to develop spyware. They're not going to
right,
tell us
right.
because
And also
us
think of this,
knowing
Uncle
mean
said,
the Chinese know.
and think of this, Uncle said. You know what I'm saying? In the interim, you know, America wants other countries to fear the probability of their there's cold wars going on all the time,
On all the
all
time.
the time. So if they get the people in a frenzy thinking that, you know, there's aliens, obviously other countries are going to presume first that America may be using, you know what I'm saying, higher technologies that we don't know about. And I assume that other countries are doing things like that too. You know, there's a lot of psychological psyops going on, and we're not, and we're pawns in that. So
Exactly.
we see a light show in the sky. They use a cloud and the water vapor to create an image of some kind of freaking daggone thing going on. We can't touch it, taste it, smell it, hear it, feel it. We just see something zipping through the sky. Now we're all over TikTok, which was originally a Chinese company. You know what I'm saying? Talking about, oh, did you see this? And now the Chinese people are like, well, what was that? Is that American hidden technology? Is that some covert operations? And that, you know what I'm saying, what is it? And we have to keep the question mark on it. We cannot follow cats like Laurel Burns who will sit there and say, oh yeah, those the Grays.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Damn.
We
You
can't
can't
do
do
Oh,
that.
that dumb shit.
oh,
If
Well,
We
God
I'm
can't
is
do
light,
that.
then freaking holograms is freaking Jesus.
I'm
oh.
curious. I'm curious about this though. What about the evidence of UFOs in medieval paintings, and you know
That
what
was
I'm
a pot
saying?
shot.
Like the idea of
Stop
UFOs and
watching
orbs
this.
existed
Stop
before modern
watching.
times.
Stop watching Ancient Aliens on the History Channel. That's enough.
Don't insult me. I never seen one episode.
With the dude with the blowout hair, dude, that shit's crazy.
Hey, let me see if Uncle Lance agree with this. Uncle Lance, let me know if you agree with this. Listen to this.
It's a pleasure being here. I want to remind people too, this thing is an ongoing deal. We're not going to get this overnight. We've been fighting this battle, some of y'all, for 30 years and maybe longer. I hope we just keep focused on what we're trying to get to is total disclosure. We get a little wrapped up in a lot of things, but the government has something and they need to turn it over to us. We pay their dadgum salary, you pay our salary, and you ought to get more out of us than you do. And that's what disgusts me about this whole thing. I think they're just trying to run the clock out on us. Really, they'll poke us a little and they'll make jokes to us and try to pull us off the target. But I think we know where we're at, and that's why they're firing at us, because we are over the target. My first question is, Mr. Knapp, I I recently introduced the UAP Whistleblower Protection Act to help provide whistleblower protection.
All right, so when he say that when you hear people say there's declassified documents when it comes to aliens or spacecraft or reverse engineering, and when you hear him say we pay their salary, they deserve to show us them declassified documents when it come to spacecrafts or aliens, do you agree with him, Uncle Lance?
Yeah, hell yeah. I don't think nothing should be hid from the public. Well, here's the deal. I understand
Right.
the initial or how you disseminate information to the public, right?
Without
Because
causing no panic. Right.
everyone isn't psychologically
prepared,
stable. Like
Right.
they don't process information the same, right?
Correct.
So back in the day, there was a radio show that went on in the 1920s or something like that. You know, they didn't have a TV, they had the radio. And this dude, it was about UFOs, attacking the Earth. And it raised a mass panic. Like people start committing suicide, people start looting, people start like they just took it for an alien invasion. How the radio broadcaster was trying to make it seem. But it caused a national panic, bro.
Yes.
A national panic.
Or the world's did too. Yep. Radio show.
Yeah, radio show. So you have to be careful about how information is disseminated to the public. But to totally hide information, if we figuring it out, right, and we teaching each other, then let that happen. But you know what I'm saying? Because let's say about 6 years ago, I was telling people about my ancestors and Black European nobility and how they went into slavery in America, and it sound ludicrous to niggas. You feel what I'm saying? Now niggas build whole platforms off of that information, but 6 years ago, so sometimes you got to let the public teach each other instead of it directly coming from, now we want to hear it from y'all. All right, now we figured this out. Now tell us.
It's like an inoculation. You have to, you know what I'm saying? You can't just, you know what I'm saying, put all the venom. You have to let people it's like building antibodies. And so in order to
But look, hold up. Look, this is why I disagree,
Yeah.
gang. This is why I disagree. Because
All right.
Zion, it's like we calling it fake. But if they hiding shit, then it's some you feel me? It's some juice there.
Yeah, there's some juice. I'm not saying that there's no juice, but what I'm saying is we should not jump the gun and go from daggone, you know what I'm saying, from 0 to 180, you know what I'm saying, on the alien thing until we know what we're dealing with.
It took
That's
40
crazy.
years
You're gonna crash right into the Waffle House.
Yeah, I think that they actually disseminated the information in this fashion slowly but surely on purpose, because if they really didn't want anything to leak other than the information that's coming from our phones,
it has to be done slowly.
Yeah, they could have totally hid it like they did. Like I've been knowing about so-called UFOs
right
for a long time, bro. Like we would have never knew about UFOs if they wasn't trying to give us the information slowly.
Right. Come on. I mean, it's in our media. It's all through our, you know what I'm saying, our movies. One of the most popular TV series right now is about spaceships and aliens, right? You know what I'm saying? Alien Earth is everything. And then I'm a Trekkie. You know, my father loved watching Star Trek when I was a kid. That was Captain Kirk time. I done seen every single, you know what I'm saying, different Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Enterprise. I don't watch all of those. I love the idea of space, but am I going to hit, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I see a freaking daggone thing floating mad fast and it don't look human. Oh yeah, that's ass talking, man. The world is over, and start freaking running around.
And let me say this: if y'all is saying that they are baby feeding it to us, I think that's bullshit. Cause you can Google it, and Uncle Said will even tell you it's a lie. You can Google it, and a lot of the shit is debunked. So they not baby feeding it to us. The government is denying the shit. All the information and the facts is denying the shit. You got few motherfuckers. You got eyewitness accounts, and you got a few motherfuckers whistleblowers put their job on the line, and now they up in here looking scared than a motherfucker.
Right, but
But
at the
before
same
we
time,
hold up, before we start the game, big film back up. Oh my bad. Go ahead, Zion. Same
yeah,
time
let
what?
me just say this. At the same time, you had governments, you know what I'm saying, creating satellites with information on them, CD discs, like Uncle said was talking about earlier, to freaking daggone send information to any possible life forms in space. So at one hand, they're denying it. In the next hand, they're saying that there's a probability of life out there, and maybe they'll find a CD and a record and hear what you know. There's this one freaking. It's like a time capsule going in space. I forget which.
The
It's not
Voyager.
Hubble. It's one of those.
It's on
Right?
the
You
Voyager.
know about that?
It's on the Voyager.
On the Voyager, right? So so
Yeah.
so they got like a disc with music and freaking images and stuff, and they sent it out into space, hoping that if there's any other life forms out there as it's traveling through space, that they'll find that and maybe they'll be able to understand a little bit about human beings. So in one side they're denying it, and the other side they're freaking spending millions of dollars to freaking daggone promote it.
Good point. Good point. Uncle
That's what I
said
said. That's what
before
I
I
said.
run
Yeah,
the
2 minutes
film,
state.
you got the last. Hold up, Uncle Lance. You gotta listen to more of the video because you got your 1 foot in, 1 foot out doing the pseudo shuffle.
No, I said they
Uncle
are a
said,
two-headed
Uncle said, hold up, before
Probability.
we run the film, Uncle
Prob-
said, get your last point.
Probability and mathematics, we know for a fact that there are more inhabitable zones, there are more planets that are within the Goldilocks range, right? For us to equate a life in the way we would be, the way we are as a life form. That doesn't necessarily mean that that is a life forms that exist out there. However, science will always keep an open mind, always keep
Right,
probing, and always keep examining whether that is a possibility or whether life exists. That's one of the quests as human beings
right.
engaging in understanding space. But again, if you understand the four fundamental forces, if you understand how the cosmos works, again, we would have seen this entity coming over 100 years. There would have been stories written about this thing that is coming this way because we would have observed it. However, it would have taken that amount of time to reach to this planet, right?
Well,
This
So
hold
you
on.
understanding.
saying everybody in this room lying?
No, let me say this, bro.
No, I'm
If
saying,
you draw a
uh,
box and if you draw a box, right, and you put in like try to create an aquarium. You feel what I'm saying? The aquarium, the things in the aquarium will grow, right? But they won't extend beyond the size of the aquarium. You feel what I'm saying? Like
it
ants. If you
depends
put
on the
ants in there, they
species.
won't
It depends
overcrowd
on the
the
species. There are other species that
they
simply
won't overcrowd.
outgrow their environment, right? So you would have to change them. It depends on the species, but your analogy is incorrect. And let me
My
finish what
analogy
I'm
that you
saying.
didn't let me finish. The
But
Yeah,
you
analogy
I don't
that
know
said
what
to
the hell you
now,
was talking about, Uncle Lance.
the
yeah, but
analogy
you
that I'm
said, like,
drawing is
stop,
that
let's
there
stop.
is a
Let me
boundary
finish
that
what
has
I'm
been
saying.
created. Hold on, let me finish
Yeah,
saying.
God.
Let me finish
You
saying.
don't even listen
Let
to
me
respond.
finish my
Hey,
Why
analogy.
would I
Uncle
let you
Lance,
finish when you
Uncle
cut me
Lance.
off with
Hold up,
some nonsense?
Uncle Lance, let him land his plane, and you gonna go after him because he was talking. I interrupted him.
So yeah, I'm not saying that these people are lying. I'm saying that these people, especially those here, you hear them. They all come from the clandestine background, right? This hearing is to create a whistleblower program where people that are expected to behave clandestine, right, want to now divulge the information from a clandestine nature. And I understand that clandestineness exists. I understand espionage. I understand there are certain things that the general public simply doesn't know and ain't privy to. Now you have CIA agents who sign on that line to create or maintain that anonymity or engage in that espionage environment. They come across things that maybe don't meet their clearance. They're exposed to certain experiences, and now based on no data, based on emotions, a UFO has become alien. And that is the bait and switch what I don't agree with. Yes, me and you, and I've explained the 80s, the stealth bomber was an unidentified aircraft. There are stories about Area 51 later, it all was those same aircrafts I'm showing you. We know drone technology allows crafts to maneuver in ways that are physically impossible with a human being in them. We know that technology now does not require combustion to fly, right? We know these things. So why would I sit here and go to the leap for which we have no substantiation? Again, unidentified to me does not mean unknown or doesn't mean alien, right? It is simply I don't know what that is. That doesn't make it alien. That doesn't make it supernatural. That doesn't make it out of this world. That doesn't make it any of those things.
All
That's what
right.
I'm saying.
All right, Uncle Lance. Then we go hop to the video.
Let me just share my screen right quick, bro.
Hey, Uncle Lance, hold up. We good on the point. Hold up, we got a long video. We trying to review. So just watch the video so you can get a context of the conversation. Remember, you said you don't know what's going on. Just check this out.
And that's why they're firing at us, because we are over the target. My first question is, Mr. Knapp, I recently introduced the UAP Whistleblower Protection Act to help provide whistleblower protection to federal personnel for disclosing the use of federal taxpayer funds to investigate UFOs. I still don't want to say UAPs. How can Congress further increase whistleblower protections?
This sales agent has exposed everything to know about.
Oh no, we don't need no car insurance, gang. We going against the grain, man. We get pulled over, fuck it. We gonna pay the ticket.
I think you got to unleash the dogs and go track down the money and where it goes, because a lot of this stuff has been moved out of government. Sure. As you know, Burchett, it's been given to private contractors who stashed it away. They've had it for so long that there's nobody left inside government, or very few, who know where it is. And they do that to keep us from FOIA, correct? Yeah, it's to keep it from FOIA. And I think that the contractors who've had this stuff for a very long time set their own standards about who is allowed to know what. And it's a very small group that ever cracks that. I think Representative Luna has been looking at the use of classifications to hide things. I'm not sure that even this committee getting security clearances that should allow you to see this stuff would allow you to follow where it really goes. I worry about the people that are looking at it, don't even know what they're looking at. I mean, it's gone through so many, since Roswell, for instance. I mean, you think there's nobody even alive that was around any of that stuff. Yeah, so I don't think they've made much progress from the people that I've talked to. I don't think they've made much progress in learning that technology. Might have made some, but you wonder, the implication is Tic Tac. Oh yeah, that's ours. What flew over Washington, D.C. in 52, is that ours too? When are you going to break that out? You guys authorized tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars on weapon systems that can't do half of what we've seen UFOs do. So when do they break this out? If it's really a classified project, could change the world. I don't think they've made much progress on that. They've been lying to us and to you and the rest of the world, and they're still doing it. Yes, sir. I agree with you. How did you manage to obtain the classified Russian UAP documents, and how did you get them back in the United States? Well, I met this Russian physicist who was in the United States. I want to clarify that. I can't even think of a thing of honey.
I want you to see how this dude promotes hype. He says,
my bad, Uncle Sid.
He just said, Clamp just talked about the weapons that these alien technology has, that we have nothing like that. What evidence do we have of alien weaponry being used on either military or civilian entities? Play it back, hear how he says it. Man, listen too good. That's the bait and switch. We see these things moving fast. There is no weapon system that we can identify. Nobody's been shot at, nothing has been blown up, no ever claim has been made to that nature. Why is he interjecting weapons in the conversation? Why?
Right. Let me run it back.
The world. I don't think they've made much progress on dollars on weapon systems that can't do half of what we've seen UFOs do. So when do they break this out? If it's really a classified project, could change the world.
You're right,
Yeah.
Uncle Sid.
You see how he played with that?
You're right.
We don't have weapon systems that can do half of what are we talking about? You see how the
You're
bait
right.
and switch, how he plays with the words there, making it seem as if we're under threat. Like he just threw weapon system in there in such a slick way. That's the fear mongering. That's the tinfoil hat stuff right there. Right there.
I don't think they've made much progress, and I think they've been lying to us and to you and the rest of the world, and they're still doing it.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. How did you manage to obtain the classified Russian UAP documents, and how did you get them back in the United States?
Well, I met this Russian physicist who was in the United States.
And I want to clarify that. I can't even take a thing of honey home on my airplane when I fly back to Tennessee.
Yeah,
so
I did something pretty dumb.
And I'm bitter about it, but go ahead.
I did something kind of dumb. I met with these officials who, during that time period, Glasnost, Perestroika, the Russians were trying to open up to the world. And I saw it as a window of opportunity, and it was. And we were able to talk these folks into providing us information that otherwise we would never have seen. Some of that was classified. I found out that they only stamped the top pages of these documents that were classified. So I just removed them. I removed those pages, and I carried them out. And if they'd caught me, I'd be in a gulag still.
Yeah. We'd be saying.
A short drive from Houston.
All right, so you say he stole some papers from Russia.
We'd be saying, what happened to George Knapp? Oh, yeah. What happened to the Russians that came forward to you in 1993, and were there any repercussions for them?
Well, there were. The first thing that happened when I talked about this after getting back and going through the files and things and sifting through it, the Russian physicist who had helped us be introduced all these people wrote back and said there was a huge eruption, that there was the real right, far autocratic forces that wanted a return of the USSR had really go after these guys. They described them as traitors. Nikolai Kapranov, the physicist friend of mine, said, look, if this had happened 5 years earlier, we would be in prison. If it had happened 10 years earlier, we would have been shot. Right. Luckily, at that point, Putin was not in power. But none of those people that we talked to on that trip in 1993 would ever talk to me again. I went back in 1996, and it was like I had the plague. I spoke to different people, but they were scared. And eventually, the story was spun where the Ministry of Defense officials who gave us this information were described as ufologists, who said there was nothing really significant to these files. They didn't really find anything a big deal. And I can tell you, you'll see those files that I shared with you. They did find stuff. There was an incident in October of 1982 over at ICBM base where UFOs popped up, was observed over this base where the missiles are pointed at us, United States. These UFOs perform incredible maneuvers. They split apart, they fuse back together, they'd appear and disappear. And right at the end of this 4-hour period, the launch control codes for the ICBMs lit up. Something entered the correct codes. The missiles were fired up and ready to launch, and they could not shut it down. The Russian officers were panicking. The UFOs they disappeared. The launch control system goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov and his team came in, took the thing apart, could not figure out what it was. It wasn't a power surge or EMPs or some of the baloney excuses that our country has given for similar events involving our nuclear missiles. They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were from. And that's a chilling thing. I mean, we were a couple of seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it. All right.
Chief Wiggins, based on your training and operational experience, could the behavior that you witnessed, a transmedium object vanishing without a sound, be explained by any known?
If Russia missiles were ever activated, the whole world would know. U.S. defense system would activate. The European defense system would activate. They would get signals indicating Russia has entered its code and they begin their launch sequence. He describes the launch sequence being started. The UFOs disappear, and magically the launch sequence stops without anybody engaging the kill switches. No calls being reported made, right? A nuclear scare, right? Where did Russia ever report a malware in their systems which caused an international panic? Because these nuclear systems are interconnected. From the moment you hit code red, the rest of the world knows that you're arming your system. Bruh, like dude talking like we back in the 60s and we ain't privy to these things. Like,
Uncle Lance.
He doesn't know that we know that NORAD exists.
Yo.
How you feel about this, man? You think these people is in here wasting our time, or you think it's some truth to what they saying?
Which side? Which side you talking about?
Oh, the people in the hearing, the congressional hearing. You think they wasting our time, or you think they really seen some shit?
It don't matter if they seen the shit, right? And because they only telling us what they want us to know. It could be a lot worse, or it could just be, you know what I'm saying, speculations on. Listen, bro, me personally, I have evidence of UFOs. I have personally seen this shit. So
Let's go, Uncle Land.
I'm leaning more towards it being something. I'm not saying, hey, I told you I don't believe in aliens coming from another planet. I believe those are just luminaries, directions that you go to get to other places on this extended plane. I don't think that it's a
Do
planet.
you believe in other planets?
No.
Okay, gotcha.
No. That's why I said earlier. I think beings just live on Earth. They've been here longer. They've been here longer than us, and we are isolated in a place. You know what I'm saying? We are isolated, and it's beings all around us. Man, what's up, bro? I showed you the motherfucking whatever the fuck that was on the fucking security camera. I don't know what this like. It's something more than what this physical plane, bro. And even
oh, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I got caught up in
Finish your
that
sentence,
Charleston
Uncle
White
Lance.
video
My
just
bad.
now.
Hey, my
What
bad,
happened?
Uncle Lance. Finish your sentence.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
Nah, I was just saying, I just think it's something more than what they want us to know on all
man.
levels.
Come on. Of
On
course
all
there's
levels.
something
And it'll
more.
be
But
ignorant for us with so many people saying that there is something in the sky before this
I want to believe,
excellent this excel in technology, aviation technology, bro. It has always been reports of this. You got to look at, like, I can show you, like, France in like 1627, Germany, and like it's a whole bunch of different places in history that experience beings and orbs and battles in the sky. They made paintings and poems and writings about it. Many people seen them. So this is before the United States, bro, as a country.
Uncle Lance, you a Nuwapian?
No.
Okay, good for you. No disrespect.
I mean, I'm not
with all due
a
respect, I'm not disrespecting. I don't want to disrespect or make it sound like I'm disrespecting. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm not a Nuwapian. I when I was younger, you try everything. I read the whole Holy Tablets.
I read them too. You know what I'm saying? Until he started.
And I will say
I read
this.
the ones when he went to space too, and I was over there smoking weed, looking at this nigga with cross-eye. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Like, this nigga.
Nah, the Holy Tablets, bro, had all of the. It's like he do like we did, and he just made a book about it.
He really didn't do it by himself. He actually had 3 other people who was called a triad. They were actually his editors, and they made him seem like he did it. But Wavy, do you want me to share, or you want to continue with the video? Or you want me to share my what I got here?
Yeah, let's continue with the video, gang.
Okay, let's go.
We almost done.
Yeah.
Yeah, Uncle Lance still playing both sides, man. I don't know what to do, man.
I'm not.
Let's
I'm
keep
not
going.
playing.
Sometimes you gotta be a little open-minded, but you know what I'm saying, not to the degree where if you don't have the evidence to prove something, you gotta go to the highest probability.
Right.
The highest common the lowest common denominator, so to speak.
Shipmates regarding the EOIR and radar confirmed UAP encounter aboard USS Jackson?
No one has, no, ma'am.
What was that encounter like when you brought that up? If you want to briefly summarize that, when you brought that to their attention and then you were not provided any follow-up, who was told, and how did you feel when there was no contact back to you?
As far as the actual incident happening,
yes,
or the reporting level?
Yes, Chief.
It was within the event happening. My duties are to report to the tactical action officer on watch while we're standing watch. So tactical action officer was there. I made my report. I've not had any discussion outside of that day. There's been no communication to me or requests from me to, within inside of the military. But speaking of that actual incident itself, once the report was made to the tactical action officer, that's when I made the decision to ask the individual watchstander that was controlling Sapphire to be able to slew into the location. And that's what you see in the video itself is when the watchstander is slewing in and kind of showing us what we're looking at. But outside of that, that's as far as the reporting went that I know of.
Thank you, Chief. Just for the sake of time, Mr. Nusatelli, has RO, the Air Force, or the FBI ever followed up with you personally about the Red Square event?
I did have follow-up by Aero, nothing with the Air Force. The Aero office updated me, I think, at least 2 times. They let me know that they were unable to locate any records, that the records had been destroyed by the Air Force. The Air Force is destroying all their police records every 3 years on a schedule. So
you were informed that these documents were destroyed.
Well, I have a Freedom of Information Act from the Air Force that states clearly that they destroy all police records on a 3-year schedule.
Okay, so they were sitting on documentation, destroyed it, refused to question any of the lead investigators, anything leading into this investigation?
Yeah, basically they destroyed all the police records. So you couldn't even call the Air Force and ask them if there was a vehicle accident in that time frame. So that's a big problem. We're losing data in real time. So we'll never be able to go back and track.
I think our federal government has a history of destroying records. Thank you very much, Mr. Nusatelli.
Look, I'm not jumped to the conclusion that I believe that there are aliens coming from another planet, but I'm open to that. And I think that it's our responsibility, especially when we're seeing that we have a government that is actively blocking information from us. Just last night, I tried to get an amendment onto the National Defense Authorization Act that fit in the germaneness of that bill to have UAP disclosure. And conveniently, it was named non-germane, mostly deemed by staff, not even an elected official. This is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked by someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from Aero. So not an elected official, but someone in staff blocked us. And I've had it. Enough is enough. I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. You cannot see that drone. And so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does.
It's going to bounce off.
This is when it zoomed out. So you can still see it traveling. So, Mr. Knapp, have you heard about events like this occurring? And what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah. What the hell is that? What flies like that?
Again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information?
I'm gonna stop right there. We all just seen the video. How we feeling?
Yeah, I seen that before. I seen orb. I got a picture of an orb, bro, with a nigga in it that I took myself. So I know this shit is real. I took a picture with my Galaxy back in 2013 of a fucking see-through orb with a nigga in it. It first was a light. Then I kept following the shit, and then the shit became see-through. like transparent, and it was a nigga in it. And I got the pictures. Moving slow as hell like a balloon. But that's not how it first showed up. First, it showed up like a fucking star, like a light, like an orb, like you see today. Bright like a star in the daytime. And then that shit just stopped and I couldn't see it no more. Then I started to see something move.
All right. It say a firebomber. Peace to you, Pam Mulattoism. It say a firebomber crashed into his UFO, and the UFO, the firebomber bounced off the UFO, and the UFO kept going. Uncle said, what are we looking at?
Hellfire. A hellfire missile.
Uncle said, what are we looking at? Come on, Uncle said. That ain't pseudo.
What are we looking at? You looking at an alien?
Come on, Zion. That ain't pseudo.
Well, what are we looking at? An alien?
All right, hold on. Let's watch it one more time. Uncle said want to act like he ain't see. Hold up, I got you. Let's run the film back.
And when it bounced off, it's three things. It's the main portion, and then it's three more things that's following it. Like it don't blow up. A hellfire missile is 6 feet long. Now look how big it is.
Of Yemen.
Bro, that's a nigga in there. And that's a nigga inside of that, bro.
Man, hold up, Uncle Lance.
This is when it zoomed out. So you can still see it traveling. So, Mr. Knapp,
come on, Uncle said. You gotta stop denying. You gotta stop denying these aliens, Uncle said.
You saw an alien? I didn't see an alien, sorry. I didn't see an alien.
What y'all think?
Military was on that Chinese motherfucker real good though. That shit bounced off. They got scared. Oh shit. Them Hellcat can't penetrate.
Wavy, let me just show you this, bro. Let me just show you this.
Or was that a Hellcat fired and hit the way you call it, the flares that these jets shoot off?
I don't even know what a damn.
That bright light you were looking at, was that a flare that them jets shoot off and them missiles targeting them?
I don't even know what a hellfire is.
See that shit?
What we looking at, Uncle Lance? I see that dot.
This right here is a picture that I took of a star that came down here. Once it got through the clouds, it turned invisible. And then I was snapping photos in the area and caught the motherfucker still. And it's a nigga in the orb right here. This is a whole body. He in the orb. Now let me show you.
Shit, we got a nigga alien.
Hold on. Now this lets you know I affected it. I went in through my Adobe Premiere and then I changed the contrast, and you can see clearly it's a nigga in the orb, bro.
That's a fact. That look like Dave Chappelle.
And you got to remember, I'm down on the ground looking up. That now go back. Let me go back to what my camera saw.
Y'all know Dave Chappelle an alien though, right? Y'all know he's an alien.
This is what my camera caught. That's like without the contrast that I put on there. It still saw it. It's invisible. Like a regular nigga not looking and shit, they wouldn't really see what that is. And then when I put the contrast on there, boom. That's a nigga in there, bro. I'm not playing.
Because you got them land super high. You see a whole
That
nigga in
nigga's
there.
over there just floating around like he got Wonder Woman's invisible spaceship and shit.
You see
Come
a
And
whole
on,
nigga in
that
there.
nigga a giant
come
too, bro.
on,
You
Bro,
see a
that nigga,
man.
whole
hey,
nigga in there.
Come
A
on,
whole one.
bruh.
come
I
on, bro.
so
Hold on, hold on,
yeah.
hold on, hold on, hold on. We'll do it like this. We'll do it like this. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go to the original photo.
Come on, bruh.
We're gonna go show more
Come
options.
on,
We're gonna go
man.
to properties and we're gonna see
Come on, man.
Come on,
You got too
September,
man.
much
All
on
right,
your
hold up, hold
calendar.
up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, Uncle Lance. Hold up,
December
Uncle
2nd,
Lance.
2014.
All right, hold up, Uncle Lance. Let's use everybody on the panel. Let's use our common sense. Let's use our logic, and let's see, is this white man making sense? Let's replay what he just said one more
I'm
time.
waiting to share some of my stuff, but you know what
I
I'm
got
saying?
you. I got you. We almost done, gang. Let's see if this white man making sense.
Imagine being able to.
Oh no, we good on Oh no, we good on credit cards, gang. We'll run that bitch up. We good on all that. Don't give us no balance.
Hey, bro, you should show the video and you can see.
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let's see if this white man making sense, man.
So, Mr. Knapp, do you have any? Have you heard about events like this occurring, and what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes.
Oh, hold up, my bad. Let me go back. Let's see. Do y'all agree with what this white man about to say before we play this video?
Aliens coming from another planet. But I'm not jumped to the conclusion that I believe that there are, aliens coming from another planet. But I'm open to that. And I think that it's our responsibility, especially when we're seeing that we have a government that is actively blocking information from us. Just last night, I tried to get an amendment onto the National Defense Authorization Act that fit in the germaneness of that bill to have UAP disclosure. And conveniently, it was named non-germane, mostly deemed by staff, not even an elected official. This is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked.
Do y'all agree with him when he say basically that we deserve to we deserve to do y'all agree with the brother man right here with the other side of the mulatto, with the other side of the mulatto?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, he what he doing, bro, is it's like he a plant to raise awareness and to be a voice for the assumed people who really don't give a fuck about this fucking subject, bro. Regular motherfuckers don't give a fuck. You see that motherfucking meme when the bitch be like, her husband is showing her the true shape of the earth and he's so excited and shit. She be like, what the fuck do I give a fuck about the shape of the earth? I still gotta be here on this bitch and pay motherfucking bills. Broke his little heart, but nevertheless, it's people who don't give a fuck about the subject. So they have to create these little platforms and these little displays to bring awareness so that people can start had a conversation, because it's the public opinion and the public belief is what makes reality. Whether you rate RAP somebody before or not, and it's been put on you, bro, you gonna be that nigga until you find evidence that you not. If somebody say you are, and the public believe it, there's no way around it, bro.
Bruh. Okay, enough. The incoherency, I
None of
can't.
Hey, Uncle Lance, none of your points are touching home today. Are you hey, get your smoke a blunt. Smoke a blunt real quick. Go ahead, Uncle
Yeah,
Sid.
man, we incoherent babbling. I'm saying, and think, and Zion would agree with me, bro. You won't be able to hide an extraterrestrial force coming to this planet, right? The way space travel works, the time it'll take to get here, we will all know it's coming. We will have countdown parties to when it breaks into the different aspects of our stratosphere, and it's going to take 2,200 more days before the alien spaceship lands here on planet Earth. We're expecting it to break into the atmosphere. We would hear all that. That would be a running theme, because this thing would be coming this way. What we are seeing right before our eyes is clandestinity, CIA, government officials, military operation, infrared satellite images. This is all military level operation happening here. And for these CIA people to get up there and say, you know what, these clandestine operations supposed to be known to the general public is utter bullshit, right? Whistleblowers, this hearing is about giving people who swore an oath to clandestinity the room to go and talk about shit that the general public shouldn't or doesn't want to know. Again, all countries engage in espionage. So the America knows who is engaging in espionage against them and who they are engaging in espionage against. They are not going to give you this information. You know how much operatives are captured, killed, or missions are executed by special forces? No, we don't know. We don't know. Is that our tax dollars paying for that? Yes. Would that information, would it be healthy to have that information divulged? No, simply not. So I can understand from an emotional aspect. We deserve to know. I want to know. But from a government, a country perspective, hell no, there is shit that just simply I accept that I ain't gonna know. I understand
All
why
right,
I
I'm about to put a poll in the chat. Do y'all believe people are actually seeing UFOs and aliens, or do y'all believe this is espionage? Other countries coming over here playing in our background. I'm about to put that poll in the chat, Uncle Said. I think you're gonna lose that poll, Uncle Said.
Bro, I am a
I
primary. I just showed
wouldn't be
y'all something
surprised.
that I captured, bro. That's a real photo. That's not no, that's real. I showed
And
y'all
I
something.
seen a nigga. That was a nigga. He had dreadlocks.
Now
He
you
looked like
joking,
Dave
bro. I'm for
Chappelle.
real. That's a real
Dave
photo that I
Chappelle's an
captured
alien.
way back in 2013, bro. I downloaded that from my phone.
I'm sure you did.
Pam Mulatto, what's goody? All right. Espionage or aliens? All right, I just started the poll, gang. I just started the poll. Are people seeing aliens, or is it espionage? Let's get it. Let's keep running this game, fam. Uncle Land say, nah, man, we seeing the motherfuckers super wavy. We seeing the motherfuckers.
By someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from Arrow. So not an elected official, but someone in staff blocked us. And I've had, you'll like this.
Like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
So
what
again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information consistently? And you had you reported James Lukatsky came to you. with government possession of NHI craft and how they ultimately gained entry. Can you testify to the veracity of that claim?
Dr. Lukatsky is an honorable man who served most of his career with the DIA, a very trusted, high-level rocket scientist and intelligence analyst who inspired the OSAP program, as I said earlier. And in full disclosure, I've co-written 2 books with him. He dropped this on myself and our other co-author out of the blue. And it took 14 months for us to get DOPSR approval for him to release 2 sentences on that. He said this craft, we had managed to get inside of it. It had no wings, no rotor, no tail. It had no fuel tanks. They didn't know how it flew or how it was operated. It clearly looked like it was aerodynamic, but he would not go further. He's a by-the-book guy, and until he gets clearance about that, I don't think we're going to hear much more. But it's not ours. It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't know who made it and how it was built and how it operated. We've got at least one, and I don't know. I think that's enough confirmation that we do have recovered discs and material.
Mr. Knapp, I've watched many of your videos on Joe Rogan and other places. One of the big questions, I think, for many of us is why do you believe that the federal government refuses to be transparent about this issue?
I think there's probably multiple reasons. At the start, when these things first started invading our skies in large numbers, we were scared. It was right after World War II, and we didn't know what they were, and they didn't want to panic the public, and that was probably a good call. Over time, I think the lying sort of became institutionalized. Flights over Washington, D.C. in 1952, they're seen, they're captured on radar, jets are chased after these objects, and then we get an explanation it was a temperature inversion. And those kind of lies have been told for a long time. What was told to me by an investigator from Congress, a guy named Richard D'Amato, who was sent after this story by Robert Byrd and Harry Reid. He came out to Nevada, tried to get into Area 51, did get in there, looked around, talked to people, trying to get to the bottom of it. He believed that this program, reverse engineering, et cetera, was had been moved inside these corporations. And he said, when this comes out, people are going to go to prison. And he meant people who were basically misusing legitimate national security funds, tens of billions of dollars, in order to keep this cover-up going. I also believe there's a legitimate reason for the cover-up in that there is undeniable connection of national security involved in this technology. If we are racing for it to master that technology against the Russians and the Chinese, which is what I have been told by Senator Reid and many others, then it is a race that's critical to our survival. There could be a form of disclosure, I think. Yes, it's real. It's from somewhere else, without revealing all the details that would allow someone else to have an advantage in the race for this technology.
Thank you.
My first question is to Mr. Knapp. Mr. Knapp, how do we know that the files that you obtained from the former Soviet government are not BS and just given to you as a disinformation campaign against the U.S. government?
That's a good question. So I shared some of them with the Senate Intelligence Committee when I first got back because that was requested by the Russians who shared some of that information with me. Secondly, I gave all of that material to the DIA through BASS, the OSAP program. Sorry for the acronyms.
Can you name names real quick? Sorry.
At BASS or OSAP?
Who did you give them to directly?
I gave them to Robert Bigelow and to Jim Lukatsky. And they hired a whole team to go through them and retranslate them and analyze it. And they created a structure of how the UFO programs in the USSR and Russia were put together. They said they were real. The other person who said they were real is David Grush.
And then finally, Mr. Borland, when you engaged with Arrow in 2023, you noted that their public statements did not match the reality that you and others had witnessed. In your assessment, what were the key limitations of Arrow?
I would put it to you this way. The statement Arrow has made is scientific evidence of extraterrestrials. Scientific evidence requires a scientific control. Extraterrestrial is an entity on another planet. The only way to scientifically prove extraterrestrial is we have to go to that planet, acquire technology, bring it back, and compare it to what we have here.
So you're saying they won't...
Drop the bomb. Hey, who got a bomb? Who got a bomb? Raise the roof. Raise the roof. The roof. The roof. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water. Let that motherfucker burn. We got some insurance. We got some insurance. Uncle said, he said, we talking about UFOs. We talk this, so you can't use your scientific theory for some shit that come from somewhere else. Uncle said he just kicked you out the car.
Yeah, because he's an idiot. Because he's a full-fledged idiot, that's why. A conspiracy theorist in a tinfoil hat. This is where I get to punch him in the mouth. Damn fool. All things in nature are subject to the four fundamental forces. So where there's a certain parameters within which things gonna operate regardless of however extreme you wanna determine it. A space-time and its distance are just a matter of fact. To travel, to get from one galaxy to the next, it is we're going to require you covering a distance, right? And we measure this distance in light years. You know what that means? We measure these distance by the time it would take you to travel at the speed of light for a year. The distance that you cover traveling the speed of light for a year. Now, there ain't no way you gonna get around it. Ain't no
Said
way
you can't.
you
You
gonna get
said
around.
natural
So
nature.
he just
Hey,
put
hey, hey,
himself
Uncle Lance. He don't know we
in
talking
the way.
about not
So
nature. We talking about outer space shit
Right.
coming down here.
We talking about
exactly, that's
nature.
what I'm talking about.
Why would they abide to our scientific theory? This
They're
our
not abide.
scientific.
You can't
They're
use
not
glasses.
abiding
You
to
can't use
our
regular
shit.
optics
There
to
is
see
no our shit.
electromagnetic
The
activity, nigga.
distance
And that's what you're
of the
trying to do.
distance between a galaxy is simply the distance between a galaxy. It is not my perception. That is something that is we measure outside of the Earth. So it's nothing to do with me. All of us in space gonna have to deal with that same distance. Now, if you're a complete idiot, like the conspiracy theorists here and my brother with the beautiful picture, you're gonna say, well, no, they got superpowers because they're magic. The hell,
No,
get the
No,
nobody's
fuck
what
out of
we
saying
here.
that.
saying is, hey, hold up, Uncle Lance, go ahead, Uncle Lance.
Nobody's saying anything about magic. What we're saying is that you trying to measure
Oh,
something
just
with the
stop, just
wrong
stop,
instrument, bro. You might
just
not have
stop.
the instrument to
How
measure
do,
what we looking at,
bro,
what we seeing.
bro?
Hold up, Uncle said. Hold up, Uncle
You
said.
might have,
Listen.
no, no, like, no.
Now,
I'm
now,
not
what you
gonna
now?
sit
How do
here.
you know to
I'm
measure?
not.
How do you know? How do you
My
know to measure
patience is
things that
reaching
you
a
can't even
point.
see,
I
that you
do
don't even
not
know
need to
exist?
hear this dumb nigga talk. I
Why I
don't. I
gotta be? Why
don't.
you gotta insult me, bro? I'm
Because you say the
52 years
dumbest shit,
old,
bro.
bro.
You're testing my
And
patience
I'm
and
about
you're
to be
trying to
50.
cut me off with nonsense. Do you
No, I'm not cutting
understand
you off. You
what it
told me to
means to
go.
travel? Do you know what it means to travel one light year?
In the physical sense,
I'm done.
yeah,
I'm done.
right. Who to say that these things are
Bro,
not light
what does it
years?
mean to
Who? How do
travel
you know what
one
they're
light
made
year?
of? How do you know
What
that
does it
they exist
mean?
and function
What
in the
does it mean?
same?
I'm going to
No,
ask
you
you
don't know
again.
what you're
If you
talking
do
about.
not
Then
know the answer, do not come off of mute again.
you don't know what you're
What
talking
does
about.
it mean
How do,
to
you're under the
travel
assumption that
for
they're made of
one
the same
light year?
shit we are.
What is the distance of one light year?
What does it mean for information to travel at light
What
speed?
is the distance of one light year? You see, we cannot have this conversation
A
if
light
these
year.
these are prerequisites you don't even understand. What is a light year?
Oh, you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
What is a light year? What
And
is a
we
light
all of
year?
us are
All right,
stuck in
all
the
right, all right.
What
Hey, we
is
almost
a
done.
light year,
Hey,
Lance?
let's keep running the video. We almost done. Let's keep running the video. We almost done. Then we gonna get everybody up in here. A1, what's goody?
Anything out because, or they won't come forward unless they confirm that unless they go to the planet and confirm where its origin is.
Let me run that back one more time. That was a great point.
That you and others had witnessed. In your assessment, what were the key limitations?
Is we have to go an entity, scientific.
That you and others had witnessed. In your assessment, what were the key limitations of Arrow?
You know, I would put it to you this way. The statement Arrow has made is scientific evidence of extraterrestrials. Scientific evidence requires a scientific control. Extraterrestrial is an entity on another planet. The only way to scientifically prove extraterrestrial is we have to go to that planet, acquire technology, bring it back, and compare it to what we have here.
That is so
Now, Uncle
utterly
said, you
wrong.
disagree with that?
That is the most dumbest shit I've ever heard. You know what we need? You know what we would need? We would need evidence. Science works with evidence. Do you have actual evidence? No.
That's
You
what he
have
just said.
no. What he said is we need to test, science test, so we need to go to that planet. Bro, stop. That's a bunch of nonsense. From the moment you got actual evidence, you can easily conclude this is a extraterrestrial technology, this is extraterrestrial life. There's nothing more that you can physically say about it, right? Other than that, up until that point. But all you would need is actual evidence to make a scientific statement about it. What is scientific about this whole conversation is what is your observable evidence? So now we're going to examine what we
Uncle said that's what he was saying.
Good. So now let me accurately explain his nonsense. First of all, again, you understand what space time is. You understand what it means to travel a light year. You would understand that any craft, any alien entity coming into our atmosphere, it would take us at least a couple hundred years of knowing it's coming. Like, we move beyond that goalpost without stopping and examining that simple fact. That's a scientific statement. Saying that we
I
need to go to their planet is some utter ignorant bullshit. Again,
nah. Uncle said what he said
I
was
heard him.
in
I
order.
heard him, and I understood him. What he
I well
said
look, check
was
this
some
out. Check
utter
this out.
bullshit.
Don't this make sense though? In order for
No,
me
it
to
don't.
classify as you as something, I need to know what you is. I need to know about you, correct?
We need that conversation starts with evidence for us to establish
You
alien
trying to get
alien
Uncle
beings.
said in
We
order for
will
you to
need
classify,
evidence.
The investigation is for you to get the evidence.
that's what he's saying.
Oh shit. So let's go investigate the evidence of the teacup that's in the sky. Y'all putting the cart before the horse. Again, what is the evidence to make a claim of extraterrestrial life? We have none. What we have is unidentified objects. And to jump to the conclusion that they're extraterrestrial is unscientific. We have nothing to corroborate such. And to say we would need to go to the planet, which planet? In which galaxy? Andromeda?
Bro, you arguing with
That would take
yourself.
us. That,
He's saying the
just
same
shut up,
exact
bro.
thing, bro.
Just shut up, bro. Shut up, please. My
We
patience
are
is
we almost
done.
done. We almost
Bro.
done. Uncle said, roll a blunt. Roll up some of the bumba. The
Can't take
Bumba
this
Bay.
nonsense, bro. We're having an
We almost
intellectual
done.
conversation. This dude coming up here with his Photoshop book. He's seen a star coming down. That
We
nonsense.
got
I ain't
20
doing
minutes.
that. I ain't doing that,
We
bro.
got
Not
20
me,
minutes
bro.
left.
When you see me
All
on
right,
the panel,
hold on,
don't
Uncle
jump
said. We
up.
got 20 minutes left. Don't lose your cool because people gonna come on after the video.
So you're saying they won't let anything out because, or they won't come forward unless they confirm that unless they go to the planet and confirm where its origin is.
That would be scientific evidence, yes. And by that statement, Arrow found no scientific evidence of extraterrestrials is basically, I don't want to call it a psyop, but a misrepresentation because we do have things. But making that statement is not technically a lie. It's a misrepresentation of the full truth.
Let me go to you, Mr. Knapp, first. You've interviewed numerous UAP whistleblowers over the years.
That
The question is, how do you verify their claims
psychobabble
before deciding
flim
to be credible
flam.
enough to report them?
So
It's a
he
combination of factors. First,
misrepresents
check the
what
credentials.
science
Did they
is.
really serve? Were they?
So he's totally misrepresenting what science is. When we say we have no evidence, we have no evidence. You have a screenshot there of something they're saying is a TikTok. I ain't seen no TikTok, but he claims it is. I saw a dark thing moving across the screen. It's an unidentified flying object. Does it make it alien? And then when science says we have no corroborating evidence, we have no signatures in space. We have no observable evidence. There is no trail. There is no technology. Nothing to conclude that we are dealing with alien technology. Nothing of the sort. Right? So that it would be unscientific to say we're talking about aliens without any corroborating evidence. But to say we need to go to their planet, and because we didn't go to their planet, that's why this. Nah, come on, man.
Hey, I
Come
just want
on.
to address what you said earlier. When you said that. Go ahead, man. That's all right.
Nah. Go ahead, Uncle Lance.
He said that it would take billions of light years for a civilization to reach us, and you think that us observing it wouldn't be able to see him coming, and I'm like, bro, niggas could have been here,
You see how he's getting on my
long
Lance, you
before
know what?
we ever developed the technology, even see him coming. You under the assumption that we waiting on somebody to come, and they been here.
Yeah, please, Lance, do me a favor. When you see me on a panel, don't come have a discussion with me. We are already leave me the fuck
Nah,
alone.
Well,
bro.
let's run this game film. Let's run this
Okay,
game
man.
film. We
You
almost
right.
done.
You using
We
fucking
almost done. We having a good
magic.
show. We almost done.
they said they did, and did they work where they said they did? Are there any other witnesses? Is there visual proof, film footage, things of that sort? You ask the people around them that know them, that used to work with them, if they're credible people. That's one way. I think about Arrow, the organization that this body created to deal with witnesses and whistleblowers. I hope I'm not taking too much of your time here, but they invited people to come forward, service members who knew, saw things and had experiences. And I can tell you that the people that I have talked to who went through that are deeply disappointed. There was a guy named Bob Jacobs who was a lieutenant attached to Vandenberg in 1964. His unit would record missile tests. They recorded all of them. On one of those particular tests, a UFO comes out of nowhere, zaps what looks like a laser beam at what would have been a nuclear dummy, a nuclear weapon, and disabled it. And he is called into the commander's office. Two guys in suits clip that film footage out that shows the UFO, and he's ordered to never talk about it. He comes forward to Arrow. He heeds the call, thinking he's doing his duty as an American to tell that story, and they completely dismissed him. They made up a story that they had tracked down the original footage, and there was nothing like that in it. Well, there was no original footage. It had been taken away the day the footage was recorded. He's deeply disappointed. People like Bob Salas, who had worked at a nuclear ICBM base, who saw UFOs flying over the base, and these missile silos were taken down. He went to Arrow, too, and was completely disregarded. It almost looks like Arrow operated as a counterintelligence operation to get people to come in, tell their stories, and then discredit all of them. I can't imagine that any whistleblower or witness will ever go to Arrow again because of what happened under the first director, who's now long gone, but still seems to act as the spokesperson for that organization.
And I would say, Madam Chair, maybe at some point we need to really
conspiracy theory after conspiracy.
Oh, I'd be happy to send maybe a
anecdotal claim after anecdotal claim. Coincidentally, got no real evidence. He knows it for a fact, but the video was taken away before anybody saw it. Like, come on, you're gonna hit a nuclear bomb with what looks like a laser beam, and it just disarms and falls out of the sky. Like, what? Like, finish the story. But of course you can't, because the story, you just speaking to people's emotion, just throwing shit out there. And most people ain't gonna slow the conversation down. I read too much, I listen too well. Stop what you just say, back that up. When? How? Where? How you know? They took the footage away, but you know. How you know?
Right.
You got the secret hidden knowledge, right?
This is the crazy thing, man.
Get out of here.
Uncle said. And I'm looking at what Laurel Burns just put in the chat. He said, nigga, civilizations 10,000 years ago, 10,000 years older than us, might know a little bit more than us. Excuse me? That's like saying, oh my God, that is the most ridiculous recidivistic.
That's from watching too much.
That is recidivism. And this is what these Negroes don't understand. Like, recidivism is going back for freaking daggone say, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? We lived in caves and in tents. Maybe we should go back to living in tents. But I don't know, man. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Because water was killing.
Was this the last dude, Wavy? Was this the last?
We almost done. We almost done.
Okay.
Subpoena to Mr. Kilpatrick.
Another question for you, Mr. Knapp. What is, in your view, having investigated this issue for so many years, what is the long game with respect to disclosure of this information to the public? Because with the advent of essentially a video camera and a high megapixel phone in everybody's pocket, at some point, this information is going to be impossible to withhold from the public. What do you think is the long game here?
Well, the secret's out. I mean, how many videos have there been already? Videos that are leaked from within the military and intelligence agencies and contractors and sensor platforms. It's out there. But they have the high ground. The people that don't want us to take it seriously dismiss it, discredit the witnesses, come up with a cover story. I mean, it's been out there a long time. The public senses that it's real, and the people in authority dismiss them. It's a game that's been going on a long time, and I don't think they're ever going to release it. I think that there's an attitude.
There are groups of African Americans that think Atlanta is Atlantis. There are groups of people that think Bigfoot is and the Yeti is real. So what are you saying?
I Uncle Said, I see this show up. I see you going at the head, nigga. I see it, Uncle Said. I got you.
Yeah, you gotta take on the op. You gotta take him down from the head. He has built a career. He's on Art West. The conspiracy shows. He's on Alex Jones. He is a tinfoil conspiracy buff at your from the core. He's sitting up there and talking about what he revealed in one of his episodes. So you know he has an economic purpose to this, and we know pseudoism makes money. This stuff is exciting. This stuff is, oh, the government is hiding stuff from us. We need to know. And the flimflammery which he's talking here, the bait and switch, I caught him a couple times. You have to acknowledge this man decided that now we know about alien weapon technology because the weapons systems we have ain't half as good as the technology that they have. How you know how good their technology is to determine that ours is not even at half as good? And whose planet do we need to go to? You all guys are holding some vital information from us. Which planet do we need to go to, brother, to establish scientifically that these aliens are aliens? Like, yeah, you see the
I
big.
we almost done, gang.
Among the people that have been involved in this for a long time that the public doesn't deserve to know and that the public probably can't handle it, but they can.
Real quick, I'd like to ask the committee to replay that video that Burleson had played earlier. I want to ask every witness here, specifically ones that have sensor training or have been able to recognize some of this movement real quick. So if you guys can please roll that real quick. Play that video that Burleson had played earlier. I want to ask every witness here, specifically ones that have sensor training or have been able to recognize some of this movement real quick. So if you guys can please roll that real quick. Okay, while this is still rolling, Mr. Nusatelli, real quick, yes or no answers. Are you aware of anything in the government, United States government arsenal that can split a Hellfire missile like this?
No.
And do whatever blob thing it did and then keep going? Nothing?
Nothing.
All right, how about you,
Split a Hellfire missile. Let's keep going.
Chief Wiggins?
Nothing to my knowledge, ma'am.
Okay, and how about you, Mr. Borland?
I prefer to answer that in skiff.
Okay, does this video scare you guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
Wiggins?
Yes.
Nat?
I had a different reaction. I was really happy that it got out. Thanks for providing
Curiosity kills the cat. All right, Mr. Borland?
Yes, for.
Okay. All right, that is the end of my questioning.
Chief, I was on a ship for a little bit. I was a gunner's mate on the USS Geddes for a couple of years. My question to you is, when you had your encounter and you saw it on the screen, you were in the CIC, is that correct?
That's correct. On an LCS ship, the CIC is on the bridge, so it's called ICC-1, but yes, same.
Did a bunch of the other folks in the CIC come and check out what you were looking at?
Yes, we all did. The tactical action officer, myself, the RCO, and two others that were on watch. We were all in the same space, so we were all looking at the Sapphire screen all at the same time.
Because in the other couple instances with the witnesses, you guys just saw it by yourself. Is that correct? Mr. Borland, you saw it by yourself?
For me, yes, sir.
Mr. Nusatelli, you saw this by yourself?
No, there were multiple witnesses in every case of Phantom.
Okay. How long did that encounter take place, Chief?
So the encounter itself, from the time I recognized on my radar to the time after the video ends, was probably about 5 to 7 minutes.
What speed was the object moving at?
When I first witnessed off the port bridge wing the object moving out of the water, what I thought was originally just a light on the water or something on the horizon, and surfacing and going into the air, I then knew it was an air contact. But as an air controller myself, I started thinking and going through kind of like my checklist in my mind. Could it be a helo? But it's not blinking lights. So I then realized this is something I've never seen before. So the speed itself, just going from the horizon to about maybe 4,000 feet in the air, was very slow, slowly rising. And then it sped up. I'm not an expert at knowing specific speeds of aircraft just by visual eye, but I would say probably 1-2 Mach instantly into the rest of the formation. I didn't notice visually with my own eyes the other 3 objects until I went back to my radar and also utilized Sapphire to see that, in fact, there were 4 total And then again, when they all left after a certain amount of time, it was nearly instantaneous.
So you spotted it visually first, Chief, and then went back to your radar. Or did you guys spot it on radar first?
Radar first, because that was my watch station.
And then you went out to the port bridge wing. Is that correct?
Correct, to verify what I saw on my radar.
What range was it at, Chief, when you were able to see it visibly?
I would say about 7 nautical miles, 7 to 8 nautical miles of a light from the ship.
Wow, thank you. I yield back.
Chief Wiggins, you said that it emerged from the ocean. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And before it did, it was glowing. It was a glowing object under the water.
That part I couldn't tell because it was nighttime at 1915 approximately, and it was also at a distance. So it's very hard to tell the difference between something on the horizon and something surfacing from the water. My personal thoughts after seeing what I saw is that it did in fact come from the water, but I don't have visual evidence showing exactly, that it did in fact come from the water. But I had to go through my process of elimination and try to figure out, was this a ship on the horizon just showing its lights at night? But to see it surface, then it made me question, okay, where did this come from? If it's flying, and it's not a drone or anything like that, where was its origin? Where did it start?
Oh, Mr. Knapp, in your testimony and in this document, you detail an event that happened in Russia where their nuclear missiles were activated, and we were close to a World War III at that time, which is startling to hear. It's also good to know that as we have investigated the JFK files as well, that we're learning that that there was a document that was sent between Russia. There was an agreement between Russia and the United States that if they were to see some unidentified objects over sensitive sites, that they would report it to each other. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I'm also familiar with the rhetoric, the public rhetoric between President Reagan and Gorbachev at the time, too, that they traded statements about, wouldn't it be something if we were threatened by something from way outside, how we might work together. I know for sure that they had conversations about it, and I know we did reach an agreement to try to lessen the possibility that us detecting a UFO or group of UFOs.
Why reach an agreement with Russia about if you see something from that's not us, you see something you can't explain to tally mark it down? Why would you have that agreement if this shit don't exist?
I rest my case. Why you have that agreement is because they know that they be spying on each other. They know that they got stuff in the air. They know, but it's the people at lower levels don't know. So when they send it up this food chain, they make that call. Was that you? Oh yeah. Okay, good. They know they play the game.
Can't tell me
Countries
China
play
ain't
the
got no
games, bro.
technology. Right.
They have a direct contact president to president. They have a direct contact. They have a phone, they direct communication. We do as if countries don't communicate, but don't mean that they friends. Like, we do not understand international geopolitics, bro. Russia and America at a war, but they on the space station together though. They build the space station together though, but they at war. We don't like the commies, but the commies supplying us with stuff we need and vice versa. Cause this is how the game goes. We are fed propaganda on one level. They know what's going on that level. You gonna sign an agreement, bro? Anything that fly over my airspace that isn't mine, I'ma shoot down. No, we got an agreement, right? So you gonna let me know if I see it. If I know, I'm gonna find out it's you, right? Okay, yeah. Cause we doing this. This is what we be doing. That's why they got these damn agreements. What the hell?
All right, let's keep running. Hey, we got Uncle Sid on film, man. Plausible deniability.
Would not be mistaken for a bunch of Russian missiles. There were exchanges of that sort that went back and forth.
Yeah, and I can imagine this is, to me, the validity of this document is underscored by the fact that Russia would not want this to be known. They absolutely would not want to know, the public to know, or the United States to know that there was a vulnerability in their missile systems. Would you agree?
Absolutely. And, and we had many similar incidents at our nuclear weapons facilities here that have all been sort of swept under the rug, but it's pretty scary. When you take down 10 missile silos during tense times, and you don't have a better explanation for it than it was a special test of security mechanisms or using EMPs, which is preposterous explanation.
At this point, I think it's clear from the hearing that there's advanced technologies that are taking place in our airspace. The question is, and I posed it in one of the previous hearings, is it ours, is it theirs, or is it otherworldly? There may not be a silver bullet at the moment, but when you look back through the hearing and the evidence that's been presented, if you're going to point the American people to one piece of evidence to start their journey on this topic, what would you suggest, sir?
One piece of evidence. I would start with this hearing, in the first hearing. There is no evidence.
But is there a specific, exactly, but is there a specific evidence or footage or document that you think lends extreme credibility to what we're discussing today?
I would say this new video we're seeing today is exceptional evidence that we're dealing with something.
With the kinetic? Mr. Wiggins?
Sir, I'd have to say that if just the average person here in America looked at absolutely everything that has come across television, the internet, etc., you can't tell yourself that 100% of what's being recorded is fake or false. You have to, at some point, understand that there's something else out there.
Well, I mean, you bring an interesting point. The law enforcement community, anytime you're conducting an investigation, you're always looking at the totality of the circumstances, looking at all the evidence and how they piece together. And so that would be my, advice to the American people, that this is a journey that is just beginning from a congressional perspective, but you have decades of data, some of it not real, much of it is, but thanks to Chairwoman Luna, we're now presenting this to the American people. And I think this latest video from Mr. Burleson is something that should get everyone pause. When you see the 3 orbs that dropped, was that in a defensive posture, or was that in an offensive posture? And what capabilities did those orbs have that we, quite frankly, may not have? Mr. Knapp?
As I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, what hooked me on the story was the paper trail, these documents that shouldn't exist. We've been told for decades, over and over, there's nothing to it. It's not a threat. You can go about your business. And then when FOIA becomes the law of the land, thousands of pages to the contrary leak out. There's a memo by General Nathan Twining in 1947 when the country was being overflown by dozens of UFOs, hundreds of UFOs, in which he said, look, this is not visionary or fictitious. It's real. These things are craft. They're not ours. They outperform anything we've got. I mean, if you follow the paper trail of documents that they wrote before the military got wise and realized that FOIA really exists and changed their tune and not put things in writing, it spells it out pretty clearly. I'll go refer back to Russia. One incident I did not mention to Representative Burleson is Colonel Sokolov in that Ministry of Defense program said there were 40 incidents where Russian warplanes were sent to intercept UFOs, and they were ordered to fire on them. And for the most part, the UFOs would zip away. 3 of the pilots, though, did fire at these things. Those 3 planes stalled out, crashed. 2 of those pilots died. And after that, the Russians changed the standing order. If you see a UFO, leave them alone. No country in the world wants to say and admit that these objects are flying around in our airspace and there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, who wants to say that? The U.S. certainly doesn't, and the Russians didn't either.
I've got to be almost out of time, but Mr. Berlin, then you, sir, real quickly.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think Bob Lazar, and not for the reasons that most would talk about, mainly because Bob Lazar was immediately discredited. They said he never worked where he worked. They said he never did what he did. But yet Bob Lazar showed up with a bunch of friends and a video camera and was filming these test flights in the middle of the desert. So clearly he knew something.
Dylan, knowing you testified to Arrow, are they obfuscating when they claim to have discovered no evidence of extraterrestrial beings, activity, or technology? And are they lying to the American public?
As I said before, it's a manipulation of the public perception. The statement, scientific evidence of extraterrestrials, is a true statement. It is not the truth about what is happening and what we have.
Would y'all like to comment on that further? Mr. Knapp, you're edgy.
It's splitting hairs. No proof that they're extraterrestrials. What would that proof look like?
He basically saying science is the study of the natural world. He's saying the shit that we is encountering and it's not natural.
A piece of kryptonite? What would it be? I mean, we could be talking about different forms of non-human intelligence. I think the dominant paradigm is that they come from outer space, somewhere else, and they have some way that they can cross those vast distances that we can't even imagine doing. But that's not necessarily the answer. So asking for proof of extraterrestrials might not be the answer at all. It's splitting hairs. We don't know where they're from. I don't know anyone who knows the answer for sure. They call them aliens just as a placekeeper kind of a word, but no one in all these programs who've studied this stuff for years, people with much bigger brains than mine, knows the answer for sure.
I've talked to Navy folks that some of the deep sea areas, they think there might be something there that they're here. And I don't know when they got here. Another point that needs to be made is every time, we say we're going to back engineer or whatever you want to call it, these craft, I always say it'd be like if you took I ride motorcycles, but if you took like an Indian or a Harley, to the people that came over here on the Mayflower,
You know, they'd see a bright, shiny object. They might polish it. You know, they might get it started. I doubt they could. They couldn't work on it. They couldn't put fuel. They wouldn't be able to have the capability of putting fuel in it. I just think that's, you know, we're scratching at something that we don't have any knowledge of. And that's why it's just taking so dadgum long. But they do know the first one that cracks that code, it's over. I mean, it's energy, it's power, it's everything. And I worry too that in the wrong hands that they do that, they keep it from the rest of us because they're so invested in whatever energy sources we have here that their billionaire buddies are going to profit, and they can't retool because they know once it's out on the internet, it's over. And so I think there's a lot of things going after, and I think that's why the move to discredit folks is so rapid too. I think, you know, they point to them and they put the dogs on them, and it disgusts me.
There's a price to be paid for that too. The Russians and Chinese are trying to figure this out as well, but they don't have the same kind of stigma. They tell their best scientists and engineers, get in there and work on it. And they've been doing it for a very long time, might have a head start on us. Here, we don't have our best scientists and engineers working on it because they've been told it's nonsense. The stigma is very real for people like that.
I agree.
Mr. Nusatelli,
Make that make
when you
sense.
heard the testimony of
We
Mr.
want
Knapp,
to reverse engineer the technology, but we're going to lie to our best scientists and tell them it's nonsense. But the Chinese, they are way ahead of us with this alien technology because they use their best scientists. You hear the arguments that these people bring, bro. This man just made claim after claim after claim for the last 5 minutes without 1 ounce of evidence support anything he's saying. He reached to the point that aliens, we do not know how and what would classify extraterrestrial. So we wouldn't be able to identify agents that is not of this planet. So asking for evidence is some bullshit. Just listen to me. Watch the next episode. Like, the only one that is making the outrageous claims is the one that has no affiliation to clandestine operations. The captain, the Navy man, he is sticking within the framework of a rational conversation. He doesn't know what it is. He can't say. The other dude is almost going spiritual because he does no understanding of what science is or what the scientific process is. He is talking utter bullshit. So now, where do we go from here? What do you do with this nonsense?
All right, we got 3 more minutes. We got 3 more minutes left. Shout out to Uncle Said Birds. Shout out to Uncle Said Birds.
These missiles were shut down or turned on in Russia. Does that remind you, when you hear these stories, it's got to remind you of the event that happened on your base?
Absolutely. There are many accounts of incursions of this type taking place. I believe in the 60s, we had a similar incursion in New England. And same thing happened. There were these objects coming over the base at low altitude, 200 feet over the base security police, and they were scrambling fighters, and then the objects would just fly off, and that went on for weeks. So the historical record has laid out that there's a pattern, that our installations are visited by these craft. You know, they come in and do whatever they're doing, and then they leave. And we don't know how to respond. We don't know how to protect the installation. So that's why we're here.
When you first heard, and we're having a report on these incidents that were being witnessed by other individuals, did you believe them? Did you yourself believe it would be true until you saw it?
These are people I've worked with for years, deployed with. You know, I was in some of the weddings. These are people that I worked with every day of my life. Usually when the events were occurring, we were all together. You know, there'd be 40, 60, 100 people on duty during these encounters.
Really?
Yeah.
All seeing it at the same time?
Yes, these encounters were playing out while we were on duty, and we were responding and investigating in real time as they occurred.
And as you said, the importance of your operation was highly important because they said it's the most important in 25 years, the research that you were conducting.
For that particular launch, we had 500 Air Force police officers guarding the launch. 500 people. It was that critical.
Wow.
But had this thing showed up, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to prevent it showing up.
Real quickly, can you just re-describe size and whether or not you heard anything? It was how big wise?
The 2 square objects were at least as large as a football field. The second encounter, they think it was much larger than a football field. We're talking like flying buildings. The object I saw was about 30 feet diameter.
And to confirm, you were not the only person that saw this.
Correct.
I think I was also told that there was also reports of this in a police blotter in the area. Can you confirm that?
Yes, that's the documentation that
How
I
long we
maintain.
got cell phones? How long we got cameras on cell phones? How the hell you got a football field flying around and no civilian got a photo?
He
No
say
civilian
floating.
got a video.
He say floating buildings. Flying buildings.
How long we got cell phones? We got the iPhone 20 now, right? We got an iPhone 22. How long we got cell phones? And nobody saw a football field flying.
Uncle Lance.
Nobody but some military dudes up here
Yo, I did.
testifying to have seen
I seen
a
the videos of the
football
building.
field of. I'm done.
Uncle Lance.
Bro, you can easily get them off YouTube. They've been on YouTube for over 20 years.
Uncle Lance, you agree with the brothers, right?
I mean, on the internet. Yeah, I agree with them. I mean, I ain't gonna say I agree with them because they're trying to paint a narrative. Well, no, he corrected it. I don't know if it's aliens in it, but what I do know is that it's something that they don't want us to know too much about, to the point to where they want us to deny what we see, and they bullying people to not report stuff like that for years.
Right. All right, look like Uncle Said is losing the poll. Look like Uncle Said is losing the poll. 75% of people, 75% is saying they see aliens. 25% is saying no, it's espionage. So Uncle Said is definitely losing the poll. 75-25. Ah.
Wait,
all right, Zion.
You got to consider this, bro. It's people in the world
that only means I'm winning.
with anaphasia, people who can't see pictures in their head. Like I can't. If I say imagine a pink elephant, you can't imagine a pink elephant. It's people in the world like that.
I just did.
So we have to consider it might be people who just can't accept.
Uncle Lance, respectfully, I don't think that's a good argument. I think it's a fallacy argument. But I did want to share some things so that we're not. So this is the thing, you know. I got my screen. Did I have my screen shared? I did.
Yeah, let me know. Let me know when you're ready to show it.
Okay. Can. Let me pull this up.
Oh, you got it. Just click back on the oh no, it was on there. Just click back on the other slide.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Entire screen here. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
All right, so I just got a couple of things I wanted to pull up. Okay, cool. So this is the interesting thing here. So Uncle Seth was bringing this up. So this going back. So let's just make some considerations. I'm not, you know what I'm saying, telling you not to freaking believe that grays are probing, you know what I'm saying, zapping people up and probing your, you know what I'm saying, your butt cheeks. If that's what you want, you know what I'm saying, enjoy. You know what I'm saying? You want aliens and grays to probe your butt cheeks?
You said butt cheeks?
That's what everybody says about aliens.
Zion, come on, gang. We talking about aliens.
I can't make jokes. I can't make no jokes.
Zion, the kids is watching. Come on, gang. Come on.
Okay, I'm sorry. I get a little too
say that the aliens
I get a little but that's the thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would aliens come thousands and thousands of miles across freaking daggone light years of space-time, folding space of time, just to pick up some human beast and daggone probe them? You know what I'm saying? I don't have to go there, but it's retarded, right? So this is the ridiculous thing about human beings. We tend to freaking create all kinds of imagination, and it's a necessary thing. It's a necessary tool. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it does get out of hand. So Nazi Germany was among the first countries in the world to develop an interest in flying saucers for their strategic significance. An airport hangar in Prague was turned into a research facility. This is during World War II. So that's 1930s. 36, 1940. Struggled to get their creation off the ground, though probably did not succeed. Their interests were subject as given UFOs. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But one of the strangest photographs of World War II depicts a barely discernible saucer shape, just like you guys have been showing, barely discernible, flying higher above Prague airport. And it was allegedly taken by an inventor, Joseph Epp, called in to help Nazi engineers to get their latest creation off the ground. So going back to 1940, they were trying to create all kinds of flying saucers. So I'm gonna move over here. Right, so Mach 5 speed. Germany plans. This is 2000. By 2028, they're talking about. We already know that a lot of times they tell us, you know what I'm saying, oh, you're going to release something then, but they already have it fixed now, right? So this is March 3rd, 2025. Mach speed 5. Germany plans hypersonic craft to counter China. Shake Army and Space Tech. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about a Cold War of tech. This is a technological Cold War going on here. So while we're seeing all of this technology and stuff going on, all we're worried is about our e-bikes and our cell phones and stuff. These cats are on some other shit that has started all the way further back than 1930s. Okay, so what is the what did they say? I forget what that law is. Uncle said, what's that law when something the most simplest answer is probably the most probable answer? What is that called again, Uncle said?
That's not Occam's razor.
Yes, Occam's razor. Thank you. So
It's
Germany's
Occam's
federal,
razor. Occam's razor.
right? Occam's razor. So federal. So why are we jumping the gun before we're actually doing the research on the probabilities of us having technologies ourselves, right? So Germany,
Do those World War II German craft break the laws of physics?
probably not then, but I'm sure now they do. We're talking about since 1940 to
I'm saying the
2025.
videos we was watching,
Yes.
know what I'm saying? They wasn't
Yes,
from
I'm gonna get to that.
2025.
I'm gonna get to that. I want you to see this after first. So let's just consider, you know what I'm saying, some of the aircraft. You see that right there, triangular shaped ship, Germany's federal. It looks it almost looks like the B-2 bomber that Uncle Seth was just chopping it up about, in triangular shapes. But that's okay, right? Has officially committed developing reusable two-stage hypersonic research spacecraft Polaris Flugy.
Zion, don't that say 2028 gang?
Wait, no, it says for duty by. This is the date right here. This was
So
updated
if the
March
videos
3rd,
if the videos
2025
was
at
hold up, so if the videos
8:18
was from
a.m.
the 60s, if the videos of this thing, this tic tac and all of this and this flying buildings is from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and this shit bounce they shooting rockets at it and it's bouncing off the rockets and keep going.
Okay.
That ain't this gang.
No, but who said who you got? You got so
Don't
let
mix
me
up the
just fly, bro. Let me
chronology. The
just fly.
Hellcat
Let me
is
just fly.
new
You can argue that
technology.
all day, but let me
Yeah,
just
the
fly for a
Hellcat.
second, right?
This is new technology. So these are recent sightings that
Yes,
these
we
gentlemen are
don't know
talking
all
about.
of the
That
technologies
bro
that they
was
have
not in the
built.
army 20 years ago. He is now in
Right.
the
We don't
army. So
know
this is
all of the
stuff that he
technology.
happened recently. Yeah,
Yeah, they have
it's too much
technologies that
clones.
they act like they're recently exposing us to,
So
but
we
they
got hold
actually
up. So we got he said specifically
nigga love it.
it was something flying in the sky. They shot at it and they plane fucked up. So it's like they shot at by them shooting at it, killed them. Do we got something like that?
Bro, you don't know what these cats have.
I'm
It's
saying so
daggone.
if you don't know, why is you sharing your screen?
So, oh my God! See, you going to freaking
That's a
daggone
claim
turn
that
on
they're
me and
making. They
not
didn't
let me
provide
get
us
my
with
thought
any
out.
evidence.
All I'm doing
So
is posing
how am I gonna argue
probabilities.
against a claim,
All I'm doing is
right?
posing probabilities, bro.
Yeah.
Posing probabilities.
I'm saying, but they saying, all right, let me show the video. Let me show the
It's all good.
video.
It's
If
all
you
good,
ain't
bro.
got nothing,
It's all
if
good,
you ain't
bro.
got nothing that
It's
could
all
do
good, bro.
this,
It's all good, bro. It's all good.
if
Fuck
you
it.
ain't got nothing that could do this right here, Zion, show me something that could. What did it call? A Hellcat? A what? Hellcat missile?
Yeah, they when they hit the flares, they usually blow up.
Now
So
show me something. Show me something that bounce off a Hellcat missile.
when aircraft shoot the flares they hit the flares and they
Now we ain't
explode.
talking about no
So
flare. Uncle said, "What the
let's see what
hell?"
is hidden. Let's see what is hidden. Let's see what is hidden. Let's go slow it down and see what is hidden. Because all is hidden is a light, right? Flash a light
The
and see what.
missile gonna bounce off the aircraft. The aircraft gonna keep going. It didn't get no damage.
Okay, while this is still rolling, Mr. Nusatelli, real quick.
No damage. We got some. We got. Come on, gang. Uncle Lance, I can't believe you've been quiet and you've been letting these niggas play with us. Uncle said playing with us.
No, I ain't agreeing with him, bro. I know the deal. I got evidence I seen with my own eyes. You got some people got to see
What
the
did
shit
y'all
themselves, bro.
just see? What did y'all just see?
Zion, get back up here, man.
Explain what
Your
you just
point
saw.
was just off topic. I told Lance his point was off topic earlier, man. He ain't get mad. Come
Explain
on,
what you
Zion.
just saw.
He didn't get mad, nigga. I just know how to conduct my anger.
I'm sorry about that, Uncle Lance. I'm sorry about that. You was definitely off.
Alien technology.
Nah, y'all misunderstood what I was saying.
Did we witness alien technology at play? What did we see? I'm a skeptic. What did we see?
We
I saw a
witnessed
Hellcat bounce off
something.
of a
We,
of an
we, we
unidentified
witnessed
object.
something that we ain't never seen before that they calling a
Okay,
UFO.
so we didn't see it again. And yes, I agree it's a UFO. It's unidentified. I don't know what it is. Does it make it extraterrestrial? No. Does it make it does it make it extra special? No. That's some technology I don't know about. Quite possibly. Because the military didn't seem to get all bent out of shape. They didn't even hit it with another one. So they most likely knew what was going on. We got a couple of flunkies up here, freaked the hell out, spooked the hell out, and talking as if they're jumping from a UFO, I don't know what it is, to it must be some alien technology. Why is that even a part of the conversation? We have no evidence to substantiate any form of alien contact or alien within our solar system. We simply don't. And again,
We do.
if any form of alien
Name any. Hey, hold on, Uncle said. Hold on, Uncle said. Uncle Lance, I'm gonna let you go. Then I got a question for Uncle said. Go ahead, Uncle Lance.
No, I don't got nothing. I just was telling them there is evidence. You're not going to find scientific proof because you can't capture them. You can't. How you going to study them? You're going to continue saying that they're UFOs. You can't. You know what I'm saying? That's why there's no scientific evidence amongst all, across the board. But some people do have evidence, bro. These motherfuckers ain't making the shit up, and I ain't just show you something that I made up. I showed you evidence.
All right, Uncle said, Chat GPT, Google, AI, whatever you can. Ask the birds, what do we got? What do we got? What do anybody got that can, if you shoot at it, you gonna fuck up and it's gonna get 0% damage? What do we got, or do anybody in the world got that could do that?
Why would I ask that question? Like, that don't make no sense. Like, that's a claim dude make. He has to provide me with that evidence. Bro,
We just seen it. We just seen it. All right, let me play. Do I gotta play the video again?
What did you just see though? Did you
All right,
see
hold on.
the plane, the aircraft that shot the
Yeah.
Hellfire didn't get destroyed? That probably was a drone itself.
Huh? They said they shot up. Ah, Uncle Lance, you there?
Yeah, I seen it.
What they said they shot at it?
What did you see though?
A Hellfire missile.
A Hellfire
All right.
missile, probably from a drone.
Now what
Man.
what is on Earth that we have that can
Bro.
can take a blast from a Hellfire missile though?
and not to have no damage. Keep
No
going full
damage.
let's
speed.
ask ChatGPT. Let's ask
Right.
ChatGPT.
All right. Now let's check this
Let's
video
find
out
it.
again.
So this is what I want you to look at, Wavy. You looking down on the object. You're looking down.
Right.
So you see it now. Watch, it's a man in there. You're gonna see it swivel. That little white dot, that white that you see is dark. You see him swiveling?
Nah. It's some. I think it's two aliens in there.
It looked like one man inside of there, just like the thing that I saw. And they
Oh,
got
you
some
talking
little.
about? Oh, you talking about
I'm saying that thing right there is transparent. They using infrared to see that. So
Oh no, we can't. It's just a tic tac.
nah, bro, that's an infrared. Like that's not regular goggles they're using to see that thing.
All right, King say we witnessed a craft survive a direct hit from a Hellfire missile without receiving any damage for the first time in history. Today is the first time we ever seen that shit. That's a fact. We learn every day over here. Powerful bills only. Powerful bills only. Come get your homie. All right, Uncle said chat GP10. What do we got that can do that? I'm about to show the full video for the people. This why we say that's why they saying it's aliens. Because what do we have that could withstand this damage and keep going?
You got a bunch of civilians up there asking that question. None of these people are scientists or missile developers. Well, I don't know. Does it make it alien though? How do we go from unidentified to alien? That's what I'm asking.
All right, let's see the video. They go to Dot. Now, Uncle Lance, do we have any aircraft that could do this? This is another video. Look how it's shaped.
All right, I'm gonna share
What
my
is it
screen.
doing?
I'm gonna share
I
my screen.
definitely, I
You gonna
build
read it for
drones, so I
yourself. All
definitely
right.
can build something that do that.
Where the wings at? You got
Share
a
my
drone with no
screen.
wings?
Yeah.
Show me your drone, Uncle Lance. With no
Come here.
wings?
Come here.
Yeah.
So
A lot of
let's
drones
look at it.
you use propellers. You can enclose the prop.
Man, bro, it wasn't no
Share my
propellers on
screen.
none of these objects.
Listen,
What is
bro.
y'all? God
You can
damn.
Share my screen with
enclose
me.
props.
Share my screen.
All right.
Share
This is
my
the last
screen.
one I'm gonna show.
Ready?
All right, let me all right. Go ahead, Uncle Sid.
Yeah, share my screen.
Show me
So
something that's fucking with that. No wings,
so again, you
0
have
to a
heavy
million.
passive
1
armor.
second.
You ask what kind of technology? Look it right here.
Chat GPT. Let's go.
Look here. Heavy passive armor. Vehicle design for vehicles. This is many battle tanks or some heavy armored vehicles are built first and foremost to resist anti-armor warheads. You have reactive and advanced armor modules, explosive reactive armor ERA, and non-explosive reactive armor. I never heard of this, so thank you. Makes fun looking this stuff up. Intended to disrupt, shape, change jets, and reduce penetration from heat warheads. They are widely used in modern AFVs to blunt shaped charge effectiveness. And then you have active protective system APS, hard kill and soft kill. Systems such as Raphael Trophy and other Iron First, etc., detect incoming and attempt to intercept and defeat them. Boom. Then you have electronic sensor countermeasures, more reliant to seekers, and you have hardened construction or blast hardening for example, and you have dispersal, redundance, and and distance. So you have different technologies that can actually withstand a direct impact from a Hellcat.
Uncle
Now,
Lance.
does it make that alien? No, it doesn't. Now, what we
All right,
saw
all right,
is,
all right, all right. Let me rebut. Let me rebut.
unidentified. But
Uncle
but
Lance.
I'm not gonna make
Uncle
you lose the
Lance.
alien.
Bro, you some
I
people.
helped you, Uncle Lance. I helped you get your first dub today. So just be happy. We just jumped. Uncle said. Before you speak, Uncle Lance, let me just say this. What would have helped the nigga out? What would have helped Uncle said out is if he would have named the aircraft, and all we would have did is YouTube this aircraft and this sustainability. Go ahead, Uncle Lance.
How?
Nah,
No,
I
no,
got
that
you.
makes no sense
Hey,
though.
bro,
Because the whole point of it
this shit gonna
is
turn into
that
a
it's a
religion,
UF,
nigga.
it's
Hold up,
unidentified.
hold up, hold
So
up, Uncle
now,
said.
how do
You going there? Hold up,
my
Uncle said.
question is, how do we go from unidentified, not knowing who the technology is, where it comes from, to it being alien? What is the evidence do we have to even interject extraterrestrial in the conversation? That's the question. Nobody's answering me. I keep asking, what did you see? You're not answering that question, but concluding it's an alien.
Nah,
How?
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer it, Uncle said. I'm gonna go answer right after Uncle Lance. Go ahead, Uncle Lance.
I got nothing to say, man. I told you this been happening for thousands of years.
Thousands of years.
It's evidence.
Uncle Lance, come on, man. You ain't. Ah, man. I see. That's why you got to roll a blunt, Uncle Lance.
I'm
It's
rolling
Saturday.
out.
It's the weekend.
I'm rolling out.
Uncle said was talking to you crazy 2 hours ago, and now we got this nigga. We got this nigga up against the ropes, and you gon'
Who up against the ropes? I'm in the middle of the ropes with my hands behind my back asking y'all to throw a punch, God damn it.
Uncle Lance. You for real?
What you talking about, bro? Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
y'all,
sir. How
y'all
you
getting
feel
beat
about
up. Y'all
the
getting beat up
video?
like Canelo's gonna get beat up tonight. Ass whooping.
Uncle Lance, come on. You got the flow. How you feel about what we just seen?
I think the video is authentic. You know, ain't nothing. It ain't nothing around it. Why
And
would
how
they
you feel
show
about Uncle said Chat GPT response?
it? Well, man, bro, Uncle Said is a typical ass know-it-all who don't know shit. The world is happening, and this motherfucker gonna stay his own ways, trying to fucking debunk the truth.
Right.
All right, Uncle said, what was your question again?
Again, what did y'all see? I saw an unidentified object take a hit from a Hellcat, right? Hellcat bounced off, so the impact was blunted. One impact was blunted. The missile head didn't go off. Whatever it was skidded along. I don't even know if it's flying or if it's on the water. Don't know, right? That's it. Now, I'm saying that there's some things sure as a layman don't know nothing about. But I didn't see the government or anybody freaking out that this was the most impossible thing they ever saw. Nobody scrambled any other jets, no commotion. And on top of that, we have a dude, Mr. Knapp, making all kind of claims about Soviet warheads where he ain't got no evidence to corroborate these claims. So what do I do with that? I can't do nothing with that.
All right, Uncle Lance, it's time to do the victory dance.
Because it's been happening for thousands of years. My boy said, for it to be scientific, we need to go to the planet. The other dude say, y'all asking for evidence? How y'all asking for evidence? We just know it's aliens.
Hey, Uncle Lance. Now you was about to explain that yourself. Can you explain that point right there for Uncle said
Which part? What you mean?
about the him saying you can't use scientific method for what the fuck we looking at? Can you explain that?
I thought I did a good job the first time, bro. I think said
Nah, man, you got cut off and you stopped. But go ahead.
well, you can't use the scientific method, but to a certain point. Once you get to the point to where you don't understand, you can't gather information, you can't discern, then you got to use some other tools, lean to somewhere else, and probably lean towards the possibility of what you're looking at is real. It is what it is. TIS. Some of us gonna die believing Jesus was a white man, bro, that was God in heaven,
Here we go.
that lived in
Here
the
we
cloud,
go. The
bro.
religious cannot stay away from that conversation. Their belief always interjects into the conversation because it frames their thinking. Again, you want us to presuppose something without any form of actual corroborating evidence, so that your picture doesn't count for evidence. What the hell
You may
is
have
that?
just not seen no
No,
evidence,
no,
bro.
stop,
It's plenty of
stop.
evidence.
Oh my God. You keep
Here's that
making the
video that you
claim
said that
that there is
nobody
evidence.
seen.
But if there was evidence, then we would know that there's an
Share this.
extraterrestrial entities that are frequenting or engaging with our planet. We won't be able to catch them. We won't be able to hold them. But we could identify.
Man, this fake. Oh, Uncle Lance, come on, gang.
That's not fake. That's the
This
actual clip
fake.
from the U.S. military missile.
Oh, God damn.
It's infrared.
Bruh.
Man, we got Uncle Said on the ropes, and you gonna get this nigga a water bottle?
Bro, it's the actual video.
Bruh, you see?
We got Uncle Said, man. I'm about to.
I'm done, bro. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. You can't argue with
Why you gave this nigga something to drink?
This is the video. Here's the date right there.
Nah, that's not Uncle Lance. Come on, man. You seen that beam? That's not real.
It is.
All right, this different. This different. Let's see. Don't go to TikTok no more.
This ain't TikTok.
All right, hold on. What the hell we looking at, Uncle Lance? What are we looking at? I seen a snowflake. What was that, Uncle Lance? I seen a snowflake in the air.
That was the video that he was talking about. The missile got fired in the sky, and the
Nah, don't show that no more. Don't show that. That's fake. That's fake. Don't show that.
That's them up.
Nah, don't show Uncle Said that. Don't show him that no more.
Bro.
All right, we good. Hold on. Let me unshare your screen. Because come on, man. Uncle Said this is a pseudo killer, man. You know, they don't you can't give them no water.
This is the actual video. I'm trying to
You gotta
tell
feed them cinnamon. You gotta feed pseudo killer cinnamon. You can't give them no water.
Bro, that's the video of that's military.
I got you. Hey, King Naga says the only thing I agree with Uncle Said on is that, damn, we've been talking for 4 hours. He say the only thing he agree with Uncle Said on is Canelo getting his ass whooped tonight.
For sure. You agree with me on that? We ain't arguing today no more. We are united for the cause. We are some real niggas. We get on code. Tonight is fight night, and all niggas better be on code. If you ain't on Crawford's side for sentimental reasons, you're cooning. I don't care what you say. This
Black
is
power,
a black man's moment of greatness, and you just gotta stand by him regardless. These are the type of events where niggas supposed to just get on code, because every other ethnicity gets on code. Tonight, TDB. End of discussion. The greatest ever. The hell out of here. All of a sudden,
undefeated.
Usyk is in the conversation for pound. How does a heavyweight get in the conversation for pound? Pound for pound was developed for all the lower weight classes. That's what make it pound for pound, because the heavyweight is in a class all by itself. But because Black Bud Crawford Crawford is the undisputed pound for pound king, all of a sudden it's Usyk.
Undefeated.
Y'all need to get out of here. Get on code. Tonight is TDP all the way. Terrence Bud
Undefeated.
Crawford. 3 times undisputed, 3 division, the best to ever do it. Get out of
Allah
here.
Akbar, holy Jesus.
I ain't hear nothing else. Y'all better get on code. Y'all better
Hey,
get on code.
all you nigga nuts and house niggas,
Y'all
all
better
you
get on
nigga nuts
code.
and house niggas. We got a brother that's undefeated. We gonna stand by our brother. Ain't got no smut on his record. Ain't got no
Nothing.
smut on his goddamn record. We gonna stand by our brother. God damn it. This modern day Muhammad.
We
I
ten,
goddamn.
we 10 toes down for Crawford tonight. I love boxing, and any other time I can sit and be objective. But this one, we need to be on code. I hear nothing else. We ain't arguing about this. If you argue with me, you must be Mexican. You ain't no black man gonna challenge me on this one. Tonight, you on code. Better believe that.
We agree
Terrence
with that.
Bud Crawford all the way. Omaha up in this mo. Omaha up in this mofo. Canelo gonna get his ass whooped. Canelo gonna get some blows tonight he never knew was coming. You think he's gonna let Crawford gonna let him beat up on his shoulders and stuff like that? Nah, Y'all saw what he did to Spence? Well, this ain't nothing like that. He had compassion because those was his brother. Canelo, oh my God. Y'all gonna see Canelo in a situation y'all never seen before. You can quote me on that. The pseudo killer said it is scientific. God damn it.
Uh, uh.
Get
Hey,
pseudo up on y'all.
I gotta say this. Are people seeing aliens? The poll has went 50-50. Goddamn. I got a mixed poll.
I
So I got
appreciate my well-grounded brothers and sisters out there who's keeping the conversation balanced. We got no evidence. We have evidence of UFOs. We as citizens are not privy to certain information. We do not know what it is. Modern technology, these things are going to be seen more and more. But that doesn't mean it's extraterrestrial. That doesn't mean it is out of this world. It only means that we civilians need to step our game up. We need to go start working at DARPA. We need to start infiltrating these places, bring the information back. Y'all know what the latest technology? Man, they doing away with cell phones. Cat Williams was right. They gonna invent the tongue phone. Hello?
Uncle Lance, man. Go on. Uncle Lance. I think he wobbling. Go on, finish him off, Uncle Lance.
I'm good, bro. I told you. I'm not gonna try to convince nobody no more. It's a wrap. Them niggas heart
If
gonna
you have
stop when they
evidence, there's no need to
hey,
convince
the
me.
scriptures say that niggas heart gonna
Oh, the
stop
scriptures.
when they
I
got
knew
crap.
he just lost. Wavy, he just lost. He went to the scriptures. Wavy, you have to disqualify him from this
Oh,
conversation. This is
hold on.
Super Wavy
It's
channel.
aliens and UFOs
This is
in
a
the scripture.
scientific conversation. We are
Yes.
not
Yes,
interjecting fiction, fairy tales, and fables into this
yes.
discussion. By no means are we going to do that.
Ah,
Then you're
damn. Yeah, Uncle
completely
Lance. That
interpreting
kind
the
of
scriptures.
So
damn.
You
here's the
just
deal.
lost.
Here's the deal. Here's the true deal, bro.
There ain't no deal. You lost.
Back in the day, niggas did not want to say they knew that they had no association with UFOs because ufologists before camera phones used to use the Bible to prove the
We
existence.
using the Bible to
The idea
prove
of a
shit.
UFO
The Bible
was
is
in the Bible
fiction. The
3,000 years
Bible
ago.
is
So
fairy
they
tales.
hate that
The
connection.
Bible is fables. You ain't using the Bible to prove shit. As a matter of fact, you can't even wipe your ass and get the shit out with that book. It's completely and totally useless other than for fiction. So if you interject that biblical narrative in a grown man conversation
It's in
again, you
there.
will always get dismissed.
It's in
What did the
there, like
donkey
All
Prince
right,
say?
made
all
it.
right, all
What
right.
did
Let me
the
get a
donkey
shot. Let me get a
say?
shot. Let me get a shot. Let me get a shot. Uncle said, but what about Uncle Land's picture that he showed that the nigga driving the spaceship?
Listen, that picture, that
What?
picture is
What?
evidence that Dave Chappelle is really an alien. I think that
Man, get
video
out of
from
here.
Michael Jackson from Men in Black, Michael Jackson is also an alien. But Dave Chappelle, that proves it. Pull up that picture again, first Lance. That's Dave Chappelle right there. He's coming down out the clouds. He is the true Messiah. That nigga's an alien. So I can't disagree with your photo there. You got me there. You scored a touchdown with that one because you have evidence that Dave Chappelle is an alien. And we always thought that. You got me with that one. That the Wavy, I don't appreciate you pulling up the picture again because you just gave him the win.
I thought when UFOs come around Uncle Lance, it jam your signal. So I thought your phone supposed to be frozen.
They only do that with the real
None of that
agents.
happened.
Uncle Lance is on the
None of
outside.
that happened. But what I will
See,
tell you is that I didn't know I captured it because when I first tried to take the photo, that shit was a star. It was like bright like a star. And then when years later, this is why I got a 2014 picture in my fucking 2024 computer. It's because when I found my fucking Galaxy Note 9, my Note 5, I downloaded the photos thinking I was gonna get the kids when they was first born and all this, that, and the other. And I seen that I did capture that motherfucker. And I remember when I tried to capture it, and I didn't.
was that
It
before or
fucking was
after Dave
invisible, but it
Chappelle?
wasn't.
Was that before or after Dave Chappelle went to Africa?
It was 2005.
So that was after he went
It
to
was the Note
Africa. So
9.
no,
It was
he's
the
not
Note
an
5.
alien.
Whatever year is
He's
the
not
Note
an
5.
alien. It's because of the powers he got when he went to the homeland. That's why he's coming down on the stars. That's why you captured Dave coming down on the stars. It's his ancestors did it. That's what you got there.
That shit,
Send that
look,
picture to Dave. He probably think it's
2015. When the
that's when
Note
he
9,
went to
when the Note,
Africa.
so it was the Note 3 then. It was my Note 3.
Is that
Yeah.
before or after Dave Chappelle went to Africa?
See, if you ain't had this picture, it would have just been a testimony. But you got evidence
I got more. I
What
got way more
evidence?
than that. Nigga, I got videos of me. I got video.
with the aliens.
You
Well,
doing the probing?
it was a light in the clouds that was invisible, only seen when it's in the clouds.
So you were seeing an invisible light in the clouds.
No, I
Okay,
didn't. I said it was a
I'm good.
light in the clouds. Wherever it
I was
was,
about, I was about to say, ain't no what the hell is an invisible light?
I'm
well,
good. I'm good.
it only can be seen by my camera, my night vision camera. With my normal eye,
Yeah.
bro, it seemed like first I was looking at like strobe lights that be at a club or at a fucking like a I don't know, airport or some shit.
Man,
But then
You didn't gave Uncle
I'll
said
show you.
some.
You tell me. I'll show you the video. You tell me
Yeah,
what you think.
you gotta show. You got to Uncle said is a pseudo killer. You can't talk his ear off. They be wanting to see stuff, man. You gotta let them know, man. You can't see everything, man.
Especially if it's invisible, wave. How the hell you gonna see it, bro? It's invisible.
Because my camera night vision on it. You can see the man. Shut up.
Nah, night light. Seeing the light at night, that ain't invisible light, Uncle Lance.
You only can see it on the camera, bro.
He got military spec infrared on his camera, bro.
All right, let's check you out. Hey, I know I'm getting old. My favorite snack is Ritz crackers, man. That's how I know I'm getting old.
Oh, I'm trying to find a folder with the video in it.
All right, Uncle said, what's your favorite NFL team?
I, I'm a Lamar Jackson fan, so I'm rolling with the Ravens because I'm rolling with that's my superhero quarterback, bro. Lamar Jackson all the way. So I want to see him. I want to see a brother like that, lift the trophy up. I want to see him lift the trophy up. And the whole history, the whole everything. I just want to see him. I just want to see a brother with some plats,
Okay.
down to earth, real nigga, win that Super Bowl. And he's just he plays dynamic. He got an arm. He got legs. No one can say that he only runs because he stayed in the pocket last year. Yeah, I'm rolling with Lamar. I'm rolling with the Ravens.
All right. All right. Uncle Lance gonna show us a video of him in a swimming pool with some aliens, gang. So get
Getting
ready.
probed by the alien. They decided Lance was one worthy specimen of the human species to examine and communicate with. Let us see it, Lance. They were giving you infrared signs on your high tech,
Invisible light.
your invisible light, only in the clouds. These brothers.
Am I sharing?
Uncle Lance got a whole archive of wow. Go ahead. Uh-oh. Okay. That's the strip club dome light. That's the strip club Spider-Man light. Let you know you at the strip club.
You can see the beam coming from the right of the screen, right? If you
No,
zoom up in the picture, you can see the beam coming from the right.
no, it's not.
All right, what we looking at, Uncle Lance?
I told you earlier, a light that can only be
Look, the
detected.
beam coming from the right.
The,
Look, the beam coming straight from the right, bro.
man, you
Wave
crazy?
is
Get out of
right.
here. No beam coming from the right.
Yeah. That's coming from a ground projecting up.
Oh, it's not. It's coming straight
That's one
down.
of them disco lights stating, yo, come out here and have some fun.
Uncle Lance, you ever been to the strip club?
Yeah, nigga.
You know how they got the light in front of the club that like
Didn't
go
I
all
just
around
tell
the
you?
sky?
Hold on. I just explained that. I just said first, I thought it was a strobe light from a strip club or airport.
Okay.
Then you can see. Oh, you can't see it with the normal eye that well. So when I pulled out my camera and I seen the difference in the lighting, I seen what type of light this. This is luminescent. This is not a light. Because watch it move between. Watch this.
So the light
Watch it move
below,
between the
are
clouds.
they not
Watch this.
luminescent?
Look, watch it move between here. Let me see if I can speed it up so y'all can see the movement.
Look like it ain't trying to go nowhere.
It is.
Bruh.
What that is, Uncle said. Come on, Uncle said.
You see that? You can see it right here. Watch it move across the clouds. All of this open space right here, you only can see it in the clouds. Watch.
Oh yeah, that's an alien.
See what in the clouds? What is it you seeing? Man, listen, stop. You need to stop drinking.
You smoking? You smoking in the video?
Yeah, I'll blow it. What is that?
What is what?
It disappeared or it went behind the cloud?
What?
It's right here.
What?
It's moving in the cloud real slow.
Man, that's the clouds passing in front of the moon, bro.
It's moving.
The clouds passing in front of the moon, bro.
No, the clouds are still.
God damn.
Man, stop it, beat it. Like, leave me alone.
Bro, the clouds are still. Chill out.
No, next.
You got a better. You got something better.
Nigga, you don't see this.
I'm saying, what is it? What is it though?
It's a UFO, nigga. Exactly.
Okay.
Is it flying?
I'm pointing in the clouds. Here's the power lines right here.
Flying? You mean the clouds are obscuring it?
No,
Because
it's
those
moving.
clouds are moving, obviously.
The clouds are in the same spot. You see this big old space right above this building right here? They're not moving.
Bro, the clouds
All
are
right,
changing
where it
shape,
went?
moving right in front of your
All right,
goddamn
you
face.
lost it right there in the video. You lost it.
No, I come back in another video. Well, what is it?
That's a UFO. Shit, Uncle said can't say what it is. He
What is
over there
this?
laughing. All right, come on, Uncle Lance. This ain't gonna help us. We talking about the sky.
No,
We
it
talking about the
is.
sky.
It is. Watch this.
Nah, we not the ghost. We talking about the sky, Uncle Lance.
Well, it's the same fucking entity, bro. It's on the ground.
An alien? All right,
That's
yeah,
what
show
I'm
that.
asking you. What is it?
All right, yeah, show him the alien on the ground. Then I thought that was the spirit that you showed us
No, I
last
never
year.
said it was a spirit. I said I don't know what it is, but it's a being on the front lawn.
You don't know what it is, but it's a being. You just said what it is, though. You said it's a being.
Yeah, what
Damn,
kind of
Uncle
being?
Lance.
A light being, an infrared light being. I don't know.
You can see the pseudo.
Oh boy.
You can see the pseudo killers coming from a mile away. You said a what?
Ain't no explanation for that shit.
All right, so look, today Uncle said that he's open to the possibility. Science ain't a closed system. Science always improves and upgrades. Am I right, Uncle said?
For sure. We, 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 we put information about our solar system, about our planet, about our species, about humans. We put different languages. We put all that information on a golden disc, right, on a CD prior to CDs coming out in the late 70s, and we put that on Voyager and sent that shit out in case and the possibility of encountering intelligent life. Our radars, radio waves monitor the heavens, right, for for radio signals, right? Because the thing that we would likely pick up the first would be their communication, right? That if they're communicating via satellites or via radio waves, right, we will be able to pick them up because those can travel through space indefinitely. And understanding the distances that we traverse, we look in the sky by means of searching for sounds, for radio waves, for signals that would indicate intelligent life producing such signals. So science doesn't say aliens or extraterrestrial life is an impossibility. It's a not. No, that's not what science says. However, to make the claim that alien technology has been developed and traversing the universe for millions of light years and have come to Earth, right, is preposterous. We would have physical evidence. You would have artistic renditions, right? Because it would take hundreds of years at least to even break into our solar system and then reach us. We would have known, you would have had predictions of when this craft is going to be here. Scientists are checking that at the speed at which it's moving and calculating where and what time. There would be a whole tradition set up. There would be protocols established for when first contact is made. That would have all taken place. Why? Because you cannot enter into this solar system from outside of it without leaving a visible trace.
I already
So
destroyed that
we
place.
would have had the evidence. And that's what's a scientific position to hold. What we are seeing is unidentified. We do not know. And who's the we? Those who are not in charge of producing and executing that technology. You don't hear the Chinese saying it's a UFO to them. You don't hear them saying shit about it. Don't hear the Russians saying shit about it. It's probably not a UFO to them. It's probably a UFO to these low ranking intelligence agency guys that are doing the most, right, outside of their rank, and now looking for whistles blower status. And what do they have to support their claims? UFO evidence. Okay, it's unidentified. How is that
Uncle
alien?
said these guys were making hundreds of $1,000s a year, six-figure niggas, six-figure crackers. They start speaking the truth. These niggas couldn't get employment no more. They start getting whiteballed. And you saying this shit ain't real, Uncle said?
So one of them was on the naval base doing actual security watch. He was on night duty when he looked up in the sky and saw this thing. He was on the base. He was security. The other was manning a radar station on a ship. These are not $100,000, $100 million niggas. These are not top of the line security clearance. The other dude that was talking was a dude that has episodes on his conspiracy networks, right? Somewhere on YouTube. Not, no, no, no. We're not exaggerating these dudes' clearance. All right? And the only one that really got shafted was white boy, because he thought white privilege was going to allow him to go run his mouth like a lunatic, right? And he got white ball. The other dude thanked the Navy for allowing him here to go and give his very neutral analysis. We indeed, it's a UFO. We have no idea what it is. It could be alien technology. It could be other countries' technology. We just simply asking the question because we don't know. Okay, that's all I'm
Hey,
doing.
that pit bull sound good, Uncle said.
Yeah, thank you.
I hear that bark, man. That's enough
That's
to make a nigga get back.
yeah, that's what he's supposed to do, and he's only 5 months, yo. So
Right.
when he's about 2.5 years old, and he hunkers down, yeah, you gonna back up. You gonna back up.
I ain't gonna lie, Uncle said the bark already there. And as far as you say him only being 5 months, man, he growing fast. The last 2 months, he probably didn't put on 30 pounds in 2 months.
Yeah, he growing. He growing. He growing. He's gonna be huge. He's gonna be about 110, 115 pounds. His mom is huge. His dad is over 100 pounds. His mom is even larger. So he's gonna get some size on him. But I'm pulling him out slowly because he's big bones. So you take your time and grow him. You don't put on the weight until they're about 2 years old. So I got him nice and slim, but he's growing tall. He's growing
For
tall.
sure, for sure. All right, Uncle Lance, man, do you feel like the government is holding this alien shit back from us?
Yeah and no, because I feel like this is their mode of disclosure by allowing leaks and people to come forward and speak about it without, because I mean, some niggas are just dogs. Soon as they see or hear it is true, it will crush their whole foundation, bro. I told you about the radio hookup, the radio show, the radio broadcaster. They used to just perform on radio. It caused mass hysteria. People were saying they were seeing UFOs, motherfucking laser and fires was all being connected and all type of shit. So they had to be careful with how they let the less fortunate minded understand the reality that we're in.
When you say that you don't believe there's no other planets out there, why would you say that, brother?
Because I understand what the solar system is. And I know that first of all, I've looked at the planets through a high-powered telescope. And even through the telescope, they look really fuzzy and more like a glow than something solid. So
You
he
say
took
you
me
looked
to a
at what?
I looked at planets through a high-powered telescope.
So you do believe there's other planets?
What the luminaries that we see up in the sky, we associate them with planets and stars. So I'm just communicating with you according to what we call them, how we identify them. I call them plasmas, forms of plasmas at different densities, you know, different temperatures, you know, made of different things, all within an electromagnetic field of the earth, all revolving around the electromagnetic field of the earth 24/7.
Uncle said, you agree?
Oh boy, here we go again. No, I don't agree with nothing he said. He
Well,
is he is
Uncle Sid is one of those
that's why I
Hold
said
on, hold on.
unfortunate
Let him finish. Let him finish,
that
Uncle
is
Lance. Let him
scientifically
finish, Uncle
literate.
Lance.
So I say it's scientifically literate and do not fall for the nonsense that you insist on speaking. Right? You consistently come up with this nonsense about about uh about electromagnetism, blah blah blah, and you just use it, you just misappropriate what it is, right? You cannot select one of the four fundamental forces and pretend that one is more significant than the next. You insist on doing that, and it simply makes no sense. So you're making these arguments, and they're pointless, and they lead to nowhere, and they have no significance whatsoever.
Well, I didn't use fundamental forces. What I spoke on was matter.
Electromagnetism is
I
one of
actually
the
the
four
subject is matter.
fundamental forces. It simply is. So they are
Nah,
illustrating.
nah. Uncle said he said the other planets. He don't look at them as planets. He look at them as plasma.
Oh boy.
I don't think he hit us with no electromagnetism tonight.
He look at them as plasma. Based on what does he look at anything as how?
Well, like I said, 99% of the universe is made up of plasma. And the difference in between plasma and a gas is temperature. The difference between gas and liquid is temperature. The difference
How do you
between
produce plasma?
liquid and a solid
How do
material
you
is
produce
temperature.
plasma? 99% of the universe is what we consider a vacuum. That means there's
Well, that's
quantum
a different argument
situations
that
that
you're making.
happen, etc. But there's no plasma there.
That is definite. So here we go. Why don't you look that up right quick for me, Super
Stop. Leave
Wavy?
me alone. Stop. No, no,
Super
no,
Wavy.
no.
Google, is 99% of the universe made of plasma?
All right, and my question to you, Uncle Lance, what is Earth made of? What you was about to
It
say, gas?
no, it's a solid.
Okay.
It's cooled down. It's a solid. It's full of water. It's cooled down. It has a environment, an atmosphere. It's solid.
It says yes, most of the visible matter in the universe is plasma, with estimates generally around 99% or more.
Thank you. So you have to understand
Read it
plasma and
again.
matter
Read it.
better.
Read it again. Read it again, Wavy.
Ain't no reason to read
Yes,
it again. It's clear.
it say, hold up. Yes, most of the visible matter in
Stop.
the universe is
Visible
plasma.
matter. The universe is 99% vacuum. So when you
You're talking
refer,
about two different things.
you see how this bro.
You do realize you're talking about two different things, right?
You're right. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right.
All
So
right, so
again,
yeah, so you saying that the other planets are stars? What you saying they is?
I'm saying that there are other luminaries, bodies caught within Earth's magnetic field, and they have certain densities. They're made of certain material. I believe that because noble gases are not from Earth, and we do have noble gases, that they come from the other planets.
So you do believe in other planets?
Again, we're associating the luminaries that we see. If I start speaking a whole nother language, we can't communicate, can we?
Nah, so this what I'm saying.
I don't think there are places that you can go to, and I don't think that they're millions and millions of miles away, or thousands of thousands of hundreds of thousands of miles away. I think that they're actually lights that you can see, luminaries made of certain things on purpose to provide Earth with certain gases that Earth need to exist. In my model, the sun revolves around the Earth. It gathers material from the course that it goes and drops it off in Earth's field when it gets to a certain time of the year, when the sun is closer.
You said the sun
Because the
revolves
gases
around
are.
the Earth.
Yes, bro.
God damn, Uncle Lance.
Yes.
Where you got that from? You got a model? Let me see your model.
Bro, you seen my model.
Uncle said, you agree?
Let's keep it. Let's leave it away from. Let's get away from this, bro. We on alien shit though.
All right, yeah, because I was about to say, God damn, Uncle Lance. All right, man, we about to get up out of here. Uncle said, appreciate you for tuning in. Uncle Lance, appreciate you for tapping in. Uncle Lance agreed with me. You know what I'm saying? That there is aliens and UFOs. He actually showed us a picture of one. And Uncle said is saying, hey, man, we need more evidence. Do y'all agree?
Peace, bro.
Y'all agree with that
It's
assessment?
unidentified. It's unidentified. I have no idea what it is, but I ain't gonna make
Well, it looked like a nigga in there to me.
Look like
That's
a
what
nigga
it
in there
looked.
to you?
Look like a nigga in there to me. And he looked like he got a stick shift between his legs. Something he flying between his legs. He using something between his because his knees is bent up. And when you look
you
at
said
ancient,
you said it took you 21. It took you 11 years to bring that picture back, right?
Well,
How
it
long
took
it took
me.
you to bring that picture? You said you had to change the lighting and all that.
Nah, what happened is I got new phones and I just put my phones away. So I was looking for pictures of when I was married with the kids and we had a vacation somewhere, and I found that picture. Well, I remember taking the picture. I don't remember being able to capture the picture because I didn't never blow it up, right? Because I was trying to capture the star that was in the sky, that was just sitting in the sky, and then it started moving. As I was starting to trying to capture it, my phone, it didn't pick it up, I thought. So I didn't never blow it up to see. I just seen the sky. I said, okay, it couldn't see it. But I didn't know it, motherfucker. It turned from a star-looking thing into transparent to where you can see a nigga in it.
Watch, Uncle said after this video, Uncle said gonna start seeing UFOs, and then he gonna start trying to join the bandwagon. But we were like, come on, Uncle said, man. It ain't scientific, ain't.
Pretty soon, Cedric will also be part of the Twilight Zone.
All right, man, we out of here. Appreciate everybody. Like, share, and subscribe. Enjoy the weekend. Man, woman, child, food, clothing, and shelter. Uncle said, what's the other one that Uncle Juju? All right, Uncle said out of here.